Down?
Oh, wait, we need the superintendent.
Yeah. Oh, him.
It's helpful, right? Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to our board meeting. The board met in closed session this evening and voted unanimously to expel student 01-1415 from the Palo Alto Unified School District through and including the first semester of the 2015-2016 school year for violation of Ed Code 48900, subsections E, R, .2, .4, and A4, based on full compliance with terms of expulsion. And now we go into our agenda. Can I have approval of the agenda order?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Dr. McGee.
Great, thank you. Well, we'd like to start this evening recognizing some very special accomplishments from some very special students. And we heard at a recent parent meeting, gosh, we wish you would recognize students not just for achievement but for effort. And I'm thinking, wow, it's really both. And I think in the cases that we have tonight, you'll see evidence that it certainly is both. So I'm going to step to the podium and call for the first student.
Please do.
All right, I would like to ask Celia Wilner to come on down. Right, here you can stand right here with me. There you go. Come on over here. There you go. So Celia Wilner has really set the highest standards for our school district. She plays clarinet, which is an instrument many people begin with, but very few people continue, because it is challenging, extremely challenging to play well. Celia not only plays it well, she has excelled in every area. We are, on behalf of the Board of Education, have this certificate for you for earning through hard work, incredible effort, all kinds of practice, as well as your additional talent and the support from your teachers and fellow orchestra players. She is a principal clarinetist in the California All-State Orchestra and representing the Palo Alto High Band. She is a principal clarinetist in a field of 204 from across the state. This is the first time in 15 years that a Pali band or orchestra member has achieved such a high placement in the all-state standings. So Celia, congratulations. We are so proud of you. So this is the Board of Education recognized Celia Wilner for earning the principal clarinetist spot in the California All-State Orchestra and representing the Palo Alto High School Band in the field of 204 clarinetists from across the state, and really an embodiment of excellence and hard work. We're so proud of you. And I think, anything you wanted to say? Or,
I'm just going to say it was a lot of fun just playing in the orchestra and meeting all the new people.
Yeah, great, thank you. If we grab a quick photo with you? All right, good deal.
How many photos? They'll just
Do you want to do with all of us?
Oh,
Oh gosh.
It's for her scrap. Is your dad here?
It's for Ken's girlfriend.
Thank you. Good job. Now we talked about this before. Somebody asked, well, gosh, maybe we should just have her play a piece here. And I said, well, that would be great, except our next award winner, who's an all-state wrestler, I don't know if anybody want to take him on. So, so I think we'll just stick with our recognition. So I'd like to ask Jan Kramer and his coach, Coach Horpel, to come on up, please. And we actually have an award for the coach too, but first of all, I know Coach Horpel would prefer that we recognize Ian for his accomplishments. So Ian is an extraordinary wrestler, as was his brother, but you now own the family record, I understand, of 36 wins, but also owns the Gun High School record. Going downstate is something, as a wrestler, I was a former high school wrestler and coach, and never did as a wrestler for lots of reasons. But Ian is an extraordinary wrestler. He actually wrestled 7 matches in 2 days. And these matches are grueling in the 138-pound class. He finished 4-3 on Friday and Saturday, making him 8th in the state. And this is 8th in a field of 850 schools. This is not, they don't do division classes for wrestling. All the schools are in one division. Ian had a 36-4 mark this season, moving ahead of Dwight Miller's 35 wins in 1973 and 74, and Nick Gashia's 35 wins in 2008. So he is now the school record holder, in addition to being 8th in the state. Ian pinned one opponent of the state, bringing his total number of pins to 26 and giving the Titans an even 100 pins on the year. This marks the end of a great career for Ian Kramer, who claimed 3 SCVAL titles, placed 1st and 2nd in the CCS champions, and his 8th place finish of the state meet. Wrestling, there is no other sport so demanding and takes such incredible dedication, and we are so proud of you and want to award you this certificate for your great accomplishment and your extraordinary work, Ian. Congratulations to you.
I'd just like to thank my coach and my teammates and my family for all their support and help. So, thank you.
And while we're here, Coach Chris Horpel is retiring this year after 40 years. Is stepping away from his job following the last week's state meet in Bakersfield. This is his last season as Guns head coach, and he has had such a distinguished run. And as he said himself, I've had a good run. It has been a blast. And I think the kids feel that way too. And I know the impact you have, they'll remember for a lifetime, Chris. He hopes to stick around and help out the program since Gunn will be hosting the SCVAL Championship next season. He recorded an undefeated season in 1970. A few of his accomplishments at Newport High set the national high school pin record by pinning 34 of 36 opponents. Chris went on to Stanford, where he set the school career record of 56 pins overall and 18 in the season. I think I have that right. Chris began his coaching career as the assistant coach at Stanford in 1975-76 while training for the 76 Olympics. After the Montreal Olympics, he was assistant coach at Pali for 76-77, head coach at Gunn 77-78, assistant coach at UCLA in 78-79. In 79 and 80, Chris Horpel was named the head coach at Stanford and remained in that position for 22 years before taking over as the director of wrestling. He achieved 3 impressive goals. He made Stanford's wrestling competitive nationally, enabled their program to become self-sufficient, and made Stanford one of the top 2 academic wrestling teams in the U.S. Their team GPA has averaged between 3.2 and 3.4 every season. But closer to home, even closer to home, he's been a Gun for 12 years. He's guided the Gun Titans to 5 league titles and 3 undefeated seasons. He's also produced 1 to 6 state meet qualifiers each year for 11 straight years. He's not quite done yet. He's going to coach the Terman Middle School team this spring, where he will continue to part his expertise, his wisdom, and his 3 rules. Have fun, get in shape, and learn something new. You've made such a difference, Chris, and thank you so much for your incredible dedication.
Thank you. Wrestling doesn't normally get this kind of attention, so I'm a little at odds with what this feels like. But I do want to say it's been a blast, like I said. I will continue to help whoever takes over, and I've got somebody lined up now that I think would do a great job, one of my former Gun stars. who graduated 8 years ago, Kiyoshi Kawano. But, you know, one thing I want to impart is that wrestling is a very intense activity, and it requires a lot of time and dedication. But with that, Ian and lots of other athletes have been able to balance out their lives. So even though it was time-consuming, even though it was intense, it was their release, and it was the thing that enabled them to get good grades and get into schools like, you know, his brother goes to Stanford. Ian has been accepted at Northwestern. He's got lots of opportunities. Wrestling didn't impede that, it helped that. So anyway, wrestling can be a vehicle, like all sports, to better themselves. So thank you very much. I appreciate the attention.
And our last individual student recognition is for Jack Brook. I think Jack just, oh, there you are, good. And I know he's got places to go and things to do tonight. So we will move this along a little bit so you can go hear Ken Robinson. And I think perhaps a few years from now, you know, Ken Robinson may want to hear you. And I mean that sincerely. Your work is, your written work is extraordinary. You know, I've had the opportunity to read plenty of it. Jack Brook is receiving this award from the Board of Education for being awarded Student Journalist of the Year for the California Branch of Journalism Education and for representing the Verde well as editor-in-chief this school year. And I know you have a new magazine here coming out in very short order. So Jack, for your excellence in writing, the long hours that you have put in, burning the midnight oil and then some on something which matters so much to so many people. You've really made a difference. So Jack, we want to give you this award and our congratulations to you as well.
Thank you.
Great job. Man.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome to say a word. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a great honor, and I just have to say thank you to my advisor, Mr. Kendall, who's over there. Because I mean, without him, I could not be here, because he was the one who really guided me through everything. And also my fellow Verde staffers, 2 of which are over there, Maddie and Caroline. So it's just for Verde, it's the community that really makes it excellent. And lastly, I think Palo Alto schools, I mean, I can't with Pali, there's so many great opportunities, and I found one that was excellent for me. But there's so many different things out there. So I think it's just great that we have all magazine journalism, sports, all this stuff that we can go with. So
It's amazing. Yeah, great. Oh, congratulations,
thank you.
Jack.
Jack.
Great.
One more time. Come on, girls, one more. Take me there.
Okay, come here. All right, good deal. Come on, Paul. Got it? All right, good deal. All right. All right, and our final formal recognition of the evening, Team Palantir, our volunteers led by Mehdi, and our amazing students led by We have a whole group of them. We're going to clear out half the audience. So, Chris, why don't you come up? Let's have all the whole team up, the students and the mentors. Come on, Miguel, get up here. There you go. Sam, where are you, man? Get up here. All right. Good. The Helen.
Wow, we're going to be
Helen, come over here. All right, Chris, why don't you join me?
Yeah, that's right.
And Maddie, can you kind of join me up here too? Great.
On the camera.
So, gosh, what's with Team Palantir? You know, we talk about several things here. One is about the joy of learning and learning for learning's sake. Not necessarily to boost a GPA, not necessarily to put something on the resume, but because we really want to learn something. Another thing we talk about is the key importance of community partnerships. And so Mehdi Asani and his came to actually the city with Tom, and Tom came over in this kind of city business school district partnership and said, we would like to help. We at Palantir can offer some coding classes. We would like to support your initiatives in serving underrepresented students, and let's see what we can put together. So wow, put together something we did. And this, I want to, where is Judy in here, Judy Argumendo? Judy, would you come join us too, stand up here? Because you were Judy was so instrumental in making the bridge between Palantir and all the families of the young men and our lone female coder, Helen. All right, here. We hope to have more in the next session. So we have some certificates, and I just like ask Mehdi and Chris Garcia to say a couple words. But our three mentors, Brandon Burr, there you go, my good man, and Ari, thank you. And Mehdi, of course, for you, man. This is so helpful. And these guys not only taught coding, but they spent time. They had dinner. They talked to them about their career at Palantir. So this was more than just here's how you learn to code. This was a true mentorship and partnership. And as with our other mentors here tonight, these young men and this young woman are going to remember you for a long, long time. And you've just been exemplary role models for them and, frankly, for all of us. And I hope that this inspires others out in the community to step up and help us. So thank you. And then for these incredible students, we have certificates. I'll read each of their names, and I'm going to ask Mehdi to say a couple words and ask Chris to say a couple words as well. I gave him about a 30-second notice, so he'll be fine. Brian Wu? Brian here tonight? No.
Oh, sneaking in back.
There you are. Good. Okay, glad you made it, Brian. Great. Thank you. Good. Sam Vasquez? There he is. There's Sam. Oscar Vargas? There, Oscar. Manny Soto. Congratulations, Manny. Jose Rodriguez. They are. Ryan Mendoza. Sebastian Lopez. There you go, Sebastian. Garrett Liu. Good job. I'm going to save you till later. I'm going to save you till later. Luis Chavez. Luis. And Miguel. Miguel. I get everybody? Oh, not quite. Helen! You've inspired us. And Palantir is offering another session. Our goal is to have 40% women. So even I can do the math that know we have a long way to go. So, Helen. And then to Chris Garcia, and ladies and gentlemen, our Palantir coding group. Thank you. Thank you. And Maddie, you want to say a couple words, and Chris, kind of what your experience was like too.
Sure. Well, I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. McGee. The program couldn't have happened without him either. Yeah, basically last year we came to Dr. McGee and we said, we have coders who can teach, which are these guys. My job is to bring the pizza to the class, that's all. We have coders who can teach. We have laptops, we have a classroom, we just need the students, and Dr. McGee arranged for the bus to come. And it just feels kind of funny accepting recognition on something that was honestly the best part of my week was hanging out with you guys. Oh, cool. You're the only people who get me. He laughed my jokes. But the only thing I would say is we're going to have another coding class starting April 1st next week. And when we were doing it with you guys, we had no idea what we were doing. So this next one's going to be even better. So I highly encourage, if students are here, if your parents are here, please get your students in the coding class. I think they're going to really enjoy it.
Chris, you want to say a couple words about your experience?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank the Palo Alto School District and Palantir for giving us the opportunity to try something like this. For me personally, I'd never had any experience with coding before, so doing something like this was a first-time experience, and I just learned a lot. I think in general, coding is something in computer science is something that many people just think, yeah, you have to have some prior knowledge or some exposure beforehand before you can actually start learning anything. And it just completely changed my mind, and I saw that you can pretty much just learn computer science all by your own, and you don't really need anyone to tell you how to learn it or what you can learn with it. It's a lot of it is just on your own, and with the help of them guiding us, it's something that I'm considering also as like a career choice now. And I thought it was just an excellent experience, and I want to thank you guys for that.
We have a lot of families. Where are we going to find this picture?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, she got all of it. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Yeah. Nice. All right, thank you. A lot of proud families there. Thank you. All right, good. We'll move through the next part expeditiously. We have one more award, but it comes on the slide, so or one more announcement that way. Let me just a few other pieces that I think are important. I want to express appreciation on behalf of several of the board members who attended and the community for the Youth Speaks Out exhibits, poetry readings, performances, musical performances on Friday night at the Arts Center. It was phenomenal, and I know, Melissa, you're on the board there, and it's a lovely setting, and everyone worked so hard for that. The exhibit's up for another 2 weeks, I think?
At least 2 weeks.
At least 2 weeks. So if you haven't seen it, you will be moved. You will be moved by the student work. So I hope everyone has a chance to see it. Moving ahead, we have committed to giving a monthly update if we hear any further information from the Office of Civil Rights. We have not. We still have those cases pending. And the Public Record Act requests, we will have a report on that, and I don't see it at my seat, but we will get that because I know Kathleen ran it. So she is listening to this now, and it might even be in my folder, and we'll bring it down. So I'll come back to that because we do want to give an update on the status of our Public Record Act request. The Opinion Leaders Conference at Stanford, hosted by Dr. Joshi's and Department Chairman Dr. Sanders from the Stanford Department of Psychiatry, was truly outstanding. We will probably have a separate, if not presentation, a more detailed summary of that. And I'm trying to summarize notes for this Friday's Weekly, but we had leaders from across the country come talk to us about mental health and wellness, about suicide prevention, and we learned so much from each speaker, and it was really made it very clear that we are all in this together, and it's a community issue, and we will continue to work together to solve this problem, and if we can solve it here, we hope that what we find and discover we can share with others across the state and across the country, if not the world. I know several are here to speak on community forum. Just a couple quick pieces. We have 0 period agendized. I don't know, I think that's the right verb.
Yeah.
Okay. For April 21st. So you're welcome to make your comments tonight. We really won't be responding. In fact, I was chided by a member of the audience, not chided in a nice way, for applauding when speakers come up. So I'm going to sit on my hands tonight whether I agree or disagree and just be respectful and listen. So people are certainly welcome to speak on 0 period during open forum, but we won't be addressing that until it's an agenda item April 21st. People may also want to speak on a personnel matter or gun. I want to assure everybody that our leadership team, which includes Denise Herman and Tom Jacobowski, will both be at gun next year and in leadership capacity. So there may have been some people I had heard wanted to speak to community forum on that, so I'll leave it at that. A couple of other issues. One is Caltrain. I had the opportunity to meet with the Caltrain officials. Thank you so much. To meet with the Caltrain officials this afternoon. We actually walked down to the tracks. We walked along the tracks. We talked about things that Caltrain might do. I found Caltrain to be most supportive and most cooperative of our efforts. They have volunteered to come to our next community forum when we have one, to be an active partner in future community forums here. We talked a lot about the fencing and actually walked along the fence line there. And I made the observation that it's easier to get onto the tracks and into the back of Pally. There's literally a 10-foot high fence behind Pally there and a much shorter one. And so we talked about the importance of fencing. You know, they're not committing yet. They have to obviously work with the city. That's not our property. But I was very encouraged by the conversation. We also talked about some possibly high-tech solutions. So we, I was really encouraged. I mean, there were no promises made, but in fact, he showed up half an hour early for the meeting. So I take that as really a good sign and a good faith effort. And as we learned at our meeting at that community forum, that the issue of a hotspot, I hadn't heard that term before, is a very real issue. And again, I want to thank them for their cooperation and look forward to making some real changes in collaboration with them and the school district. Before I get to the Public Record Act's request, I was not able, because of the Friday forum, to attend. I had to change my schedule, so I could not attend the SF Squared meeting. I didn't know. Did you want to say anything about the school finance meeting?
And maybe I'd just like to say that we participate in a couple of consortium groups to make sure that our interests are heard in Sacramento, and one of them is SF Squared. And SF Squared is managed by the people that also manage school services. And they do an annual update, and they give us an update on all the legislation that's pending. And it's helpful for us to go to, and budgets, it's helpful for us to go to this because it's important as a basic aid district that we understand what we need to have them help us push for. And there's some issues right now. The LCFF funding, the LCAP funding, is wonderful for most of the districts in the state, but for us it's very challenging because a lot of things that we need to fund we're not getting grants to fund them anymore. So we have to be able to figure out how to continue things like our ROP program without getting funding from the state in the way that we have in the past. So this is, for us, this is not just getting information, which was helpful, but it was very helpful to make sure that we shared with our constituent groups that we need to be pushing on these issues because ROP is an important program for us. You know, this is a lot of the CTE programs, a lot of the vocational ed, and we want to continue to be doing that. And maybe, Camille, you might have something else to add. Or Terry. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Godfrey.
Well,
Ms. Townsend.
Well, I think Ms. Baton-Caswell makes a good point in that we learned a lot of information, but oftentimes we go and say you haven't paid attention to such and such. And oftentimes with basic aid districts, that's not most of the districts in our community or in our state. So we're there to protect our interests, your interests, our students' interests. And it was Ms. Godfrey, Ms. Baton-Caswell, and I happened to be there. Our colleagues were doing other things. You can't be everywhere all the time, but it was really a good day. I don't know if you wanted to add something.
Two quick things. One was that overall, the state of California has moved from 49th in funding to 46th in funding. So from truly awful to just awful. And
Good point.
Our Assembly member, Rich Gordon, spoke at that event, and he really understands basic aid districts. There's just not a lot of them. So for us to sort of keep front and center on this sort of thing so that people don't forget what a basic aid district is, now known as a community-funded district, is important for us.
You know, maybe the other thing, too, is Ms. Mack came with us. She usually does. And it's important for her to stay on top of upcoming budgetary issues so that she can plan appropriately. And I'm proud that we consistently plan ahead on our finances. And we are just used to that, and we think everyone does it. It's not true of every district in the state.
I don't think we can overemphasize that we're 46th in the nation in funding. That is stunning, and that's why we do so much local fundraising and funding. It's incredible. So anyway, thank you, Ms. Godfrey, for saying we came up 2 points.
Good. So, now the last item then is a Public Record Act request, and I wanted to thank Kathleen before this. We literally, she was working on this, spent long hours on this week, as she does whenever we get any of these requests. So for the 14-15 year, we have received actually 28 requests. We just had one yesterday, which we have filled partially tonight, and we are in the process of responding to that after we get some legal opinion on some redactions, whether we can redact something or not. And I'll pass this around to the board. This will be posted on our website. The only ones which are not complete are requests from the editor of the weekly. The items requested are all the emails between board and cabinet members. This is a request in perpetuity. The request was completed through June 2014. We are in the process of hiring additional staff members here to address this ongoing request and other needs promptly. In the meantime, paralegal, we talked to our legal firm, and we have contracted for a paralegal to begin helping with redactions beginning Monday. We have the emails from IT, so we will hopefully get caught up on this quickly. And this is now, Kathleen has put this in such a nice tabular form. We're going to really keep an ongoing list of this, and we'd be glad to do so. I'll just pass this around so people can look at it. But I do want to thank Kathleen, and she probably put this in my papers, and I just couldn't find them. But thank you. Report.
Okay, well, now we go to our student board member reports, and who's going first this time?
I think it's my turn. My turn.
Okay, Gunn.
Okay. Oh wow. So I'm surprised there wasn't photos, but we had our school musical, Anything Goes, which was a huge success.
Oh, not the slides.
I thought they were. It seemed like something there would have been photos of.
Can I run? Just
go
we
for
only
it.
have 5. Thank you so much. Sorry, but I saw the.
Maybe you can talk as they're coming up.
Well, I'll try to explain them. Maybe I'll have.
Yeah, why don't you put that one up? Yeah, there. We'll go. We'll look backwards, I think, right? Yeah, because it's the last. Keep going. Let's. There we go. And then oops, one more. Now we'll work backwards. There you go.
Okay, so
Take it away, Rose.
That was our production of Anything Goes. You can see it's a lot of fun. And then this week for Gun is also our WASC accreditation, which means we have 6 total strangers wandering around, walking into our classrooms. But it is very fun, kind of. And it is also our elections week, so it's a very festive time around campus. Coming up on April 1st is our spring choir concert. And then the other thing I have on here is, so I know the zero period issue has been a bit of a hot topic, and I just thought I'd say I'm going to wait till it is an agendized item to make my comments, but as you might be able to see, there's quite a few students here that will be speaking to it. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it for me.
Can we let Carolyn give her
Oh,
report first?
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
let's
yes.
do her- yeah, have her first.
Hallie.
So we've been very, very busy in the past couple of weeks. One of the things that we've been doing both yesterday and today were town hall sessions for our student government candidates, since our elections are also taking place starting tomorrow. So yeah, students have been able, normal, regular students, I'm blinking, I'm sorry. So they've been able to submit questions and just kind of have a conversation with the candidates and in order to like allow them to make a better decision. And in addition to that, we're midway through our prom ticket sales and the prices just went up on Monday, so now would probably be a good time to purchase them before they go up even more. We're also in the middle of planning Not in Our Schools Week, and our ASB has been putting in a lot of extra time and effort outside of school, so we're really hoping that it's successful. And as of today, we also chose our student baccalaureate speaker. I don't know who it is, but they have officially been chosen. So.
All right. Do you remember the date of that? That's a Friday evening, isn't it, baccalaureate?
Oh, I don't know the date for
The
that.
Friday before Memorial Day.
Okay, good, okay, thank you.
It's the last
Good.
Friday in May.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Let's run backwards then. The board member student luncheon, and I wanted to thank Rose and our board members for attending this. We did it like speed dating. We went from table to table every 15 minutes, and I only wish we had all day and not just a lunch period.
Yeah,
It was
that
a
was
great
fun.
learning experience. Let's keep going. Our child development class from Hillary, when I was over at Greendale touring, I had the opportunity to see Greendale, but see these great Pali High School students. This is actually a class for which they get credit, working with these kids, and having a chance to talk to them about why they're doing this, and is really inspiring. You know, these are future teachers that we're looking at, and have had such an impact with these young kids. Let's keep going. Our middle school music, Jordan and Turman, I know Ms. Emberlin was a chaperone for this, right? We had all three played at Disneyland, or two of the three, is that? All three played at Disneyland?
Jordan and
Turman,
Turman were
right.
there at the same time, and JLS is going next week.
It's going next week, okay, good.
That's great.
And here's the award. I did want to mention this. The three young women pictured here, Ashley Hitchings, Julie Mung, and Zog Strasberg Phillips, were winners of the C-SPAN Student Cam documentary contest. The theme was 3 branches and you. There were over 2,500 entries, and out of 150 winners, this was the winning team in Palo Alto. And I know Ms. Caswell has gone over to hear them, right?
I just have to say that 3 13-year-old girls made a video that most adults would be hard-pressed to create themselves. Maybe we can show it at some point in the future.
We should. It's called The Gap That Divides Us. It was on the gender wage gap, and it demonstrated how policy has really impacted the students in their community. So congratulations to this award-winning team. And let's continue. The science fair at Escondido. While the bottom slide, I mean, it looks more like the typical science fair. The Escondido Science Fair is anything but, as they bring over graduate students and scientists from Stanford to run all these different learning centers. One was on earthquakes. They had a shaking machine. They had outdoor activities. They had live animal hearts the kids could dig into. They had a telescope to look at the sun and later the stars. They had a laser demonstration. They had computer scientists there. And the people put together, this was a learning experience, and one of those things, they go, I'll stay for 20 minutes, and an hour and a half later, I'm pushing the kids out of the way because I want to learn this. So congratulations and big thanks to the Escondido parents and staff who put this on. I think we just have, and that is it.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the Palais Choir?
Oh, I'll let you announce that because I don't have my notes on it.
Okay.
That's great news.
Is it okay for me to share that, or do you want to share it? So the Palais Choir won the Napa Invitational on Friday. And I know there's several more choir competitions coming up. Well, maybe at some point we'll get singers from both high schools here. That would be really fun.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So our next item is the consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a board member requests an item to be removed from the calendar or a citizen wishes to speak to an item, it will be considered under action items. And I'm going to move on this one. If You're okay with that? Because I would like to ask that we take the international field trip off and approve the calendar and have the international field trip be on the agenda item.
So moved.
All in
Second.
favor? Okay.
Aye.
Aye? Okay, great. Motion passes. And now we'll go on to open forum.
Right.
Oh, we should have to do the consent calendar, the rest of the consent calendar, right?
Later in the night.
Oh, didn't we just, we just approved the consent
was
calendar
that-
with
I
this
thought we
piece
approved
moved
moving
over?
it. I'm sorry.
Okay, was everyone clear that we approved the consent calendar with this item moved out?
Except for
Okay.
that.
Yes.
All right, let's, we have a number of open forum comments. First of all, I just want to say that in the interest of making this a safe place for everybody, it would be good to think about what happens with applause and what happens with comments. So just think about that, and we are going to think about that up here in the dais as well. The other thing is, we're going to hold you to 3 minutes. We're going to turn you off at 3 minutes. It's not that we don't want to hear you speak. It's just it ends up going beyond what we can have. So let's start with Mark Vincenti, to be followed by Karen Winter, to be followed by Nina Schroll. Or Schroll.
Get in line too, Melissa.
Oh, I have.
Hi, thank you for hearing us out. My name is Mark Vincenti. I taught English at Gunn for 15 years, and I'm a co-founder with sophomore Martha Cabot of Save the 2008. Last time we all were here, there were 2 statements that I thought were most important coming the day after our loss. Things happened so fast in Palo Alto that I wanted to mention them again. Mr. Dauber, speaking for everyone, said bravely and simply, "We're all frightened. I'm frightened too." And Ms. Walworth, here from Pali, spoke up in spite of the uselessness of words to say, quote, "It is impossible to convey what it is like to see your classmates crying and holding each other because one of their friends is suddenly gone. It is impossible for me to express to you what it is like to see your teacher with bloodshot eyes because they have lost a student they care for so deeply." Ms. Walworth called for change now. And now I'm going to be like one of those flight attendants who stands toward the front of the cabin and rivets and bores everyone with cryptic hand gestures and emergency instructions. But still, there might be some first-time flyer, a young boy or girl, curious what it's all about, what it might all lead to. And so I'll offer again the measures of Save the 2008, a community initiative open to all. It makes 6 proposals to bring health to the heart of our high schools, which is the bond between students and teachers. To secure this connectedness, Save the 2008 would, 1, shrink classes to a friendlier size, creating a closer feeling between classmates, as well as a dependable student-teacher ties, which are sometimes lifelines. Allowing class numbers to decrease has the same effect as lowering control rods into an overheated reactor core. Number 2, moderate the amounts of nightly homework via improved communication, i.e. a confidential student-teacher website, use optional, built by our own whiz kids. 3, foster wiser decisions about AP course loads through timely meetings among parents, kids, and our guidance counselors who know the life-giving importance of sleep, time with peers, dinner times, developmental assets. 4, stand between our kids and the all-day siren song of their phones so that students aren't in a private world of texting, taunts, Instagram, and Snapchat. 5, slow the bombardment of grade reports so our kids have room to ride out the ups and downs of teenage life. 6, end the current climate of cheating, the demoralizing atmosphere that kids feel obliged to breathe just to compete. This plan has the best supporters in the world, and you can join us by visiting our website, www.savethe2008.com. Thank you.
Karen Winter, to be followed by Nina Schroll. Schroll. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Corinne Winter, and I'm the CEO and founder of Mission B. We're a not-for-profit that's based out of New York, and I just moved here to Palo Alto. So I'm glad to be part of this wonderful community. I started Mission B in 2013. I was a high school social worker for 10 years in New York, and I was working with adolescents for about 14 years. I started it because I noticed as a high school social worker that children, by the time they got to 9th grade, did not have the skill set to self-regulate under acute stress, test anxiety, and deal with everyday life situations. I also lost my sister Beth Winter in 2003 to suicide. She had mild anxiety about a job interview. She went to her physician for a physical. He prescribed Paxil, and she hung herself 8 days later. My family and I went to FDA hearings, and we got black box warning labels issued on all SSRIs with about a group of 50 other people. The day that I began to launch my mindful education program in New York was the morning of the Sandy Hook school tragedy. And I was asked to implement the program in the elementary schools. Today I had a conversation with Scarlett Lewis, who is the founder of the Jesse Lewis Choose Love Foundation in Connecticut. She lost her son Jesse in the Sandy Hook school shooting. Scarlett and I will be meeting with Joe Biden next month at the White House. We're asking for an executive order to be placed for a Children's Council on Education and a Social Emotional Learning Task Force. We're also asking for support on Congressman Blumenthal's bill as well as Tim Ryan's matching bill, which will support social emotional learning for all teachers throughout the nation. I'm here today because I'd like to offer my program to your school district. Since I live on El Camino and I'm starting the not-for-profit, I have a little bit of time, and I'm able to offer the program at no cost to your school for 4 classrooms in your high school. And I'll personally implement it. Since I arrived in California in October, we've trained 48 teachers in San Mateo County, 17 in San Francisco. We trained teachers, nurses, and educators in Daly City, and I implemented 3 pilots in Sequoia High School with great success. These are some of the quotes from the kids that I read this morning when I got a letter in the mail from Sequoia. Mindfulness has changed my life. I learned a skill I can use every day. Mindfulness has helped me manage my stress on a daily basis, and I practice it with my friends every day of the week. These are amazing testimonies. I really believe that the program that we need to bring to children is to teach them a skill set that's based in neuroscience, that's evidence-based, that incorporates counseling, peer support, and self-regulation skills that can be brought to kids in kindergarten through 12th grade, so they're using the same exact language. That's the bell.
Thank you.
My website is missionb.org, and thank you for listening.
I actually would like the superintendent to just say a word or two.
Good.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you. If you
thank
could exchange, Brenda's here somewhere. There's Brenda. If you could exchange contact information with Brenda. We have several teachers who've been trained and who have already met with me and met with Brenda and others. Our nurse, Lenora's back there, about putting some programming together for next year. So I think maybe if you talk with them and they can decide whether or not to continue the conversation. But we do have a significant number of staff that are interested in this.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nina Shiroli, am I pronouncing that correctly? Shiroli, okay. To be followed by Michelle Liu.
Hi, my name is Nina Shiroli. I'm a junior at Gunn High School, and I kind of want to be one of the first kids to talk about zero period. I'm in a unique position that I took Intro to Analysis and Calculus during the regular school day, first semester of this year. And second semester, I decided I wanted to try zero period. So I talked to my counselor about it. We said, yep, there's a spot for me in my same teacher's class, and I switched into it on the caveat that if I wasn't doing well or if I found that my sleep or studies were suffering, I would move back into a regular class period. I have found 2 major improvements. The first is that my focus at that time of day is much better than it is any other time of day. And that's partially because I know that every single Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I will be going to math first thing in the morning. So that's a difference that I know has helped me with my focus, because I'm sure that the first thing I'll be doing in the day when I'm fresh and awake is math. And the second thing for me is that my commute time has been halved, which may not seem like a lot for grown-ups who, are driving hours a day, but for me it's a big deal. And I'm also offered an opportunity to get a prep, because I take a full 7-period schedule like a lot of kids at Gunn. And this has offered me the opportunity as an upperclasswoman to, take some time during the day to spend on myself, to spend on studies. And especially when I'm sick and miss a day of school, I have the opportunity to meet with teachers and to make up work without being additionally stressed outside of school hours. So I would like to say that for me, zero period has been a really good decision, and I'm very glad that I was offered this opportunity to take a little bit of control into how my school day is scheduled, especially as swim season has started and I'm no longer missing as much class as I would have been, and I've got an opportunity to make that class up during the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Liu, to be followed by Nikki Sorensen.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Liu. I'm CEO of Asian Americans for Community Involvement, or ACCI. I am also a product of the Palo Alto Unified School District and a current parent at Duveneck. Some of you have worked with ACCI before. Some of you are new to ACCI. We are a 42-year-old community-based organization focused on improving the health, mental health, and well-being of individuals, families, and the Asian community. We have a staff of about 200 professionals and paraprofessionals who collectively speak 40 different languages and dialects. We have been working informally with the school district over the last several years to provide mental health support with a special focus on serving Asian families. And we want to compliment your staff tonight. We have been working closely with Linda Lenoir. I've known Linda for about 100 years, as well as Brenda and Wendy, and the staff at the schools to make sure that we are providing culturally relevant services to the families in the district. We would like to pursue a more formal relationship, and we'll be submitting a formal proposal to the district staff later this month. If you have any questions as you talk about safe and healthy schools, I'll be here in the audience and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it Nikolai Sorensen? Nikolai, I'm sorry I called you Nikki. To be followed by Mac Roden.
I've had far worse than that. This is an open letter to the parents and educators of Palo Alto. My name is Nikolai Sorensen. I'm a junior theater major at Northwestern, and I graduated from Gunn in 2012. During my time there, a number of students took their own lives on the tracks. It's something I've thought about a lot over the past 6 years, and especially in recent months, as I've been talking to my sister Chloe about the ongoing response from the community. This is a hard thing we're up against, and I know that there's a lot of fear and a desire to find a solution so that we don't lose anyone else. But I have some bad news for you all. We can't solve this, not on a district-wide level. The fact of the matter is some of these kids are depressed, and that's not something we can just fix. We can talk for days about relieving academic and social pressures in our schools, and I think that's an incredibly valuable discussion we should continue to have. But I see it as an attempt to parent everyone's kids at once. This isn't a bad thing. It works well for a lot of issues, but it can probably do some good here as well. But depression can't be treated on such a broad scale. It's an inherently personal issue. Each case requires individual attention and understanding, and as parents, you are the best people to provide that. One of my best friends at Northwestern was having a hard time this quarter. She's battled depression for a while, and the academic stress of being at NU was starting to wear on her. I was worried about her. I still am. But even when I sat with her on my kitchen floor and held her as she cried, I didn't tell her what she should do. I gave her suggestions, but I never dictated a hard and fast solution, because I believe deeply that I can't make those decisions for her. It's her battle to fight, not mine, and if we ever want to see a day where that battle doesn't need fighting, she has to know how to fight it for herself. The best I can do is promise to help her, to be there for her, to not give up on her or let her give up on herself. That promise means everything to me. It's a promise I want to extend to every person in this community who's battling depression, because I know how hard you fight, and I know that as much as everyone tells you that it gets better, it sucks really hard right now. It feels like there's nothing you can do. But I won't. I won't make you that promise because I don't know you. I don't know what makes you tick, what excites you, what makes you you. I mean, I might not even like you all that much. It doesn't mean that I don't want you to be happy and to succeed, but I don't love you. Not in the same way I love my friend. So I won't make you that promise because I can't promise to stand by it. And parents, this is where I turn to you. You made that promise implicitly when you became a parent. So I encourage you to go now and make it explicitly. Look your children in the eyes and make sure that they know how committed you are to them and how fiercely you want them to feel loved and supported. I know that you are and that you do because you wouldn't be here otherwise. So stop spending so much energy worrying about everyone else's kids and really just focus on your own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mac Roden, to be followed by Amy McCraw. Feel free to correct my pronunciation if I have it wrong.
And you can line up.
Hello, I'm sorry about that. I should have been standing there already. My name is Mac Radin. I'm the senior class president at Gunn. So I'd like to talk about the zero period thing. I didn't realize it would be agendaed later, but I'm able to come tonight, so I'm going to talk about that. So first I want to talk about my personal experience with zero period. My junior year, I took zero period first semester and didn't take it second semester. And I found actually that I would get more sleep first semester, and it's because I'm more productive during the day. I had a very busy schedule after school, and by the time I got to home at night, I'd be very tired, and it really helps to just be able to go right to sleep rather than having to worry about schoolwork. And I found the reason I didn't do zero period second semester was just because I was always late. Fortunately, I've fixed that now. I'm in zero period again for my senior year, and it's been great for me. And I found this is true of a lot of students at Gunn. Everyone I've talked to who are taking zero period or who even aren't taking zero period really believe, the true majority believe that zero period should be kept. It seems like the biggest issue here is the goal, the underlying root of why we're considering getting rid of zero period is to help kids get more sleep. And if we want kids to get more sleep, you need to educate them on why sleep is important. That's really what's going to make a difference. Taking away the option of zero period is not going to get kids to get more sleep because they'll just go to sleep later. Really, if you want to convince them that sleep is a priority, they have to make a priority for themselves. Trying to make a priority for them is not going to make much of a difference. So secondly, I think this is really indicative of a greater issue that's at hand. A lot of students, the students at Gunn High School know that there's an issue right now, and as I believe the vast majority believe that zero period is a good thing to keep. If they think that the school board is going to take it away because without listening to them first, without hearing their opinion, it's going to send a message to them, a negative message, I think. So I will say I want to give you credit. You've done a great job of hearing. And through the student forum that we had earlier this year, through being very welcoming in these forums as well, it's clear that you are hearing the students. But there's a difference between hearing and listening, and the students want to know that they're being listened to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy McCrae?
Oh, she's skipping.
Okay, you're skip. Okay. Michelle Zong, to be followed by Chloe Sorensen.
After that, too, we can keep lining them up.
Okay, let's keep lining them up. To be followed by Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Srinivasam Subramanian.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm currently a senior at Gunn, and I'm not here really to talk about zero period, but just about students in general. Okay. Although many suggestions to possible changes at Gunn have been raised, few actually reflect how students feel. These aren't my words. I quote this from an unsigned editorial from the Oracle, which is our student newspaper. And unsigned editorial means that they all agree on it as a group and don't ever write a name specifically. And there were 0 dissenting votes on this entire article, which in itself was titled Palo Alto's Reactions to Suicide Have Negative Impacts. That segues into my next point. I'm here to urge all members of the community, everyone here, to spread the word that students deserve equal representation and respect when it comes to changes being made for student wellness. I was very astounded when Chloe Sorensen's letter to the editor on Palo Alto Online that was addressing a student opinion on zero period was greeted with comments from parents that were quite absurd. One said this, why would you publish this? To create a record she can feel ashamed of when she grows up a little? I ask in return, is it possible that students can't even have respect for, that parents can't have respect for student opinions on subjects that would affect their own children attending these schools? And I'm still baffled, but that's not my point. At Gunn, there's been strong support for specific changes that students want, and I don't think, and a lot of students agree with me, that these propositions that we are proposing to make our place better aren't being heard from the rest of the community, especially if they don't agree with what the rest of the community wants to occur at Gunn. I remember hearing numerous students and reading the previously mentioned article from the Oracle suggest that there would be a great benefit in actually adding advanced and AP courses in the humanities because this would increase or create a diversity in classes that we currently don't really have at Gunn, and would broaden the definition of success that we have at Gunn and help a lot more Gunn students feel comfortable in taking the courses that they're passionate in, as opposed to courses that their parents or their peers are telling them to take. And although I have not heard anyone say that this is a bad idea, and every single student I've talked to about this idea has agreed with it, and this was in an article that was voted on by a student-run publication, I still have not heard anyone who has the actual power to implement this change even think about it. And instead, they're only bringing up things that are almost saying the opposite, that we should not be able to take these advanced courses, that we always have to think about limiting everything. And sometimes it's not about limiting, but it's just about expanding what we can do, which will make us better. I urge you all to sign the online petition that students have created to support the fact that our student voice needs to be heard. Oh, sorry. And I want to just conclude by saying that it's time for everyone to not just listen to what we're saying, but to also respect what we have to say.
Thank you. That was Michelle, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Chloe Sorensen, to be followed by Ken Horowitz.
Hi. Just about a week ago, I sent a guest opinion about zero period to the Palo Alto Weekly. Although there was unwavering support from my fellow Titans, there were also many parents and community members attacking me and my opinions. I had multiple parents tell me that I'm just a kid and that I don't know what I'm talking about. Some of them even told me that I should be ashamed for speaking out and that my opinions are invalid. At first I was distraught and extremely frustrated, but then I thought about it a bit more. My friend pointed out, who should really be ashamed? The student speaking out for her peers, or the adult who is sitting at home and attacking a child on an online forum? I keep seeing comments from parents who want to silence my voice, but my voice does not stand alone. As sophomore class president, I'm here to represent my peers, and it seems to me that the only way to make sure that student perspectives are heard is to stand up here and deliver them to you. So, I created a survey. I asked students from all grades whether they've ever been enrolled in zero period, how many classes they're taking, whether or not they think the option should be removed, and just their thoughts in general. I've compiled more than 360 responses from Gunn students of all grades, and I have them here for you today.
Wow.
She's still going.
I know what some people will say. I'm not a statistician. However, Dr. McGee was kind enough to connect me with Christopher Kolar, the district's director of data. We worked together and we found that about 90% of student responders are opposed to removing zero period. They listed many valid reasons to keep it, but I'll save you the time and let you read it yourself. There's a summary on the front page with most of our findings. I would like to stress that I'm not trying to attack Mr. Dauber or anyone who is in support of banning zero period.
No, she's nice.
But I am trying to provide you with a larger amount of student perspective because I believe that there's a significant lack of it. I also understand that I'm a kid. I understand that you've had more time on this planet, but I have had more time at Gunn. When you attempt to invalidate my opinions by using my age as an excuse, you are disrespecting me and every other student my age, including your own children. You may not agree with my opinions, but that does not invalidate them. Stop telling us that our age makes our voices irrelevant because it's not something that we can change and it makes us feel more powerless and alone. Please do not listen to our voices only when it's convenient for you. It is so hard for me to stand up here every other week and still feel a little bit ignored by the rest of the community. The attacks from the community have become too much. Not only are they attacking the school, but they've been attacking me personally. I find it very ironic that the first time I've ever been cyberbullied is by a bunch of parents trying to improve student wellness. My opinion piece was not meant to attack. It is possible to disagree without hurting someone's feelings. And I hope that the next time you're thinking about posting something online, you read it through and think about who else will read it. If it has the potential of hurting someone in the same way that those comments hurt me, don't post it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Srinivas Subramanian, to be followed by Sachi.
Good evening. My name is Ken Horowitz, and lived in Palo Alto for over 30 years, and like The last 15 years, I've been a member of the Health Advisory Commission for Santa Clara County, and your school nurse, Lyndon Lawar, is also on the commission. My interest in this particular subject is, our goal for this year is to kind of look at what is being taught in our local high schools in regards to life skills. And I've addressed this before, that just looking at Palo Alto Unified School District, you have a 5-unit class that, from what I can gather, many students take in the summer of their last year. And I hope that you'll look at this later when you're talking about this as an agenda item. I also mentioned at the last meeting that, that we have some good models out there. And one of the models that I went to visit today was Mid-Peninsula High School, which is located in Menlo Park. It started out at Cubberley when Cubberley closed, and then they moved to California Avenue, and then after California Avenue they had to move again, and they're now in Menlo Park. And I had a nice conversation with the head principal, Douglas Thompson. He's been the principal there for almost 10 years. And just some interesting facts about this particular high school, Mid-Peninsula High School. They start classes at 9:30. Interesting, 9:30, because they value sleep. The other suggestions that Mr. Thompson or Dr. Thompson and I talked about a little bit about was maybe we need to get rid of scores. You know, when you pick up the newspapers, the real estate section, they list the scores of the different schools. I mean, that doesn't serve our students well when scores are listed and there's so much competition. And then the other thing that Dr. Thompson and I talked about, that maybe we need to have pods of teachers working together and trying to identify these students that are having, you know, crises in their lives. I would like for Superintendent McGee, maybe to visit the school, Mid-Peninsula High School, and see what they're doing over there. I know it's a small school, but just because it's a small school, there are things that we can learn. And I think we can bring those to Palo Alto Unified School District. So I suggest you do that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Srinivasan Subramanian.
Oh, hi, I'm Srinivasan. I'm here as a concerned parent. You know, I don't usually introduce myself. I just want to say that I'm not a pediatrician. I'm not a member of any prestigious university. I'm not a member of any national academy. I'm just a concerned parent with some common sense. I'm just going to share some of the stuff with you. First, I think the students, they spoke great, and I urge you to listen to them. And I was also very disappointed when I saw Chloe Sorensen's editorial being dismissed as, oh, but we are going to change it because it helps all students. And I'm going to share some of the data. I'm going to tear it apart for you on the what is it, American Academy of Pediatrics policy statement and also that was quoted in support of removing the 0 period or changing the school start time. First, in the policy statement, it talks about insufficient sleep, and it says optimal levels of sleep is 8.5 to 9.5 hours. I don't know where they got that from. I like to sleep, or my kids like to sleep even longer. On the next page, they say insufficient sleep. 28% reported falling asleep in school at least once a week. More than 1 in 5 fell asleep during doing homework. Do we have that data here? You know, so I'm going to run through this stuff, and then they say Air Force Academy students, they were offered some class after 8 a.m. and then they performed better in first period. And the next one is the author then concluded that increasing start times by 1 hour can, you know, improve math and reading scores. I don't know how they make all these statements. I would like to debate them, you know, bring them here, and I'm not a pediatrician. And then when I look at the high school data that they actually used, it was 18,000 high school students in Minneapolis, and the school time was changed from 7:15 a.m. to 8:40 a.m. Okay, yeah, if it was 7:15 a.m., I can understand that. As a regular, this is not 0 period. It's a regular school start time. And you know, in Minneapolis, that can be difficult. And then the other one is they delayed from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. And there was only one school that matched close to what we had that was changed from 8 to 8:30 a.m. And then the schools, the samples were from Colorado, Wyoming, and Minnesota. I don't think they're close to the weather here. And they say the percentage of students sleeping greater than 8 hours is 33% at 7:30 a.m. and 66% at 8:55 a.m. Sorry, the big point is that in the table, sorry, one last thing is that even their data shows that changing it to 9:55 in the school in Wyoming only guarantees 66%, or their data shows only 66%.
Thank you.
Not
If you've got
100%.
stuff to hand to us, that would be welcome. Sachi, please help me with your last name.
Iragaki.
Iragati.
Yeah, that's Itagaki. Sorry for the bad handwriting. I am a gun parent. I have daughters who are both freshmen and juniors. They both take zero period, and that's really allowed them to do some of the activities they love, some of the sports, softball, including also wrestling on Chris Horpel's wrestling teams. And I know for at least one daughter that's been tremendous from a stress release perspective because it's a great workout. She really enjoys doing that. The other activities and electives that it's allowed them to build into their schedule are things like music and other creative ventures. As a parent, I think it's really important that we guide our children, and my husband and I both take this pretty seriously, about how to strike a balance and how to make good decisions, including about sleep and nutrition and things like that. And so I think that offering and making the choice available for gun students or any students is really important for zero period. I think it's a choice that's got to be made in collaboration with the student, the family, the counselors, the teachers, to really evaluate, is this something that this particular student can benefit from? And that's going to be a very individual decision for each student. And I will refer you to the district's vision statement at the bottom. We support all PAUSD students as they prepare themselves to thrive as global citizens in a rapidly changing world. We develop our students' knowledge, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, and nurture their curiosity, creativity, and resilience, empowering every child to reach his or her fullest intellectual, social, and creative potential. In our case, that is part of what zero period has allowed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to be moving on to our first action discussion information item, which is the approval of international field trip that we took off the consent calendar. Dr. McGee.
Great. Thank you. I was asked to respond to this because I am the sponsor for it. This Advanced Scientific Research Project partners students at Gunn and Pally, who are juniors, with peers at the National Junior College, which is a high school in Singapore, with faculty members at both their school and ours, and with scientists certainly in Singapore, and ideally from here, as we're working with Stanford to get some support for that. I have worked with the research director in the past, and along with Harmon and the two teachers, they developed projects in the three fields outlined in your packet. The purpose of the trip is to give the students the opportunity to pursue some advanced scientific research and learn really what real research is like and what it will be like as we prepare them for careers that don't exist, which will involve working with peers and colleagues around the world. In fact, of evidence of this, reading pretty much any article in a refereed scientific journal, you'll see it's not written by one person, it's not written by one or a group of people, even at one institution. And so this is really a soft pilot for, well, it's actually, on one hand, it's an extension of the current senior research project at Pally, where we have 15 students matched up with folks in the community to matching them up with folks 7,000 miles away. It is, but it's really more than that because it extends beyond that. These students, this project will last through November of next year. And I think I sent the board a note about all the skills and the target skills. But just to summarize them, the students will learn how to read and analyze scientific literature. They will need to develop with their colleagues a formal research proposal. They will need to conduct the laboratory research. They will need to complete laboratory logs. They will be preparing a formal poster and a formal public paper, which ideally we will submit for publication. The students were chosen by way of, I gave this list of the projects to the science department chairs at both schools and said if there are students interested, I can make this work. I can work with up to somewhere between 12 and 20 students. The science department chairs gave me these names. We had 6 from Gunn and 6 from Pali. I've met with the students several times. We've had video conferences, now 2 video conferences with the Singapore teachers already. We conducted a parent meeting with these. The trip is being entirely underwritten by the parents. We only had 1 student who could not go, and that's because they already had plans. We've been working with a local travel agent to minimize the cost, and our colleagues in Singapore are paying for some trip. During the trip, the students will conduct at least a minimum of 30 hours of research in the laboratories there. We do have about 1,500 available for research expenses from the science departments. We don't have any grants to offset the costs yet, but I think a project like this, I hope a project like this captures the imagination of some generous soul who is eager to support authentic student research. So in any case, the students will have the opportunity to present their proposal back in Singapore at the end of June, and we will have a formal presentation here in October and November when the student colleagues come over to a journal. So this is, again, this is as much a hobby as a passion, working on these international projects with kids. And as you can see from the science, this is significant scientific research. Some of the students who are volunteered have already done this. Adele Block actually spoke to us. She was the Siemens winner, and she wanted to do this. We have a couple of students now participating in a Westinghouse project, and others that this really captured their imagination. There is no grade, there is no credit. They are doing this purely for the joy of learning. So that's just, I hope that.
I thought that was quite an encapsulation. Thank you, Dr. McGee. Why don't we start with Ms. Townsend, just to keep our order going. Yeah, just because our order, it works with the order going for the rest of the meeting.
Boy, I don't really have any questions. It sounds great to me. I love the Palantir on the ground stuff. I love that you're trying to model some great work overseas. One of the reasons we hired you was to create this excitement. I'm delighted that you've moved forward on this, and again with Palantir and the other things, I just think this is the kind of modeling that we love to see. So I don't have any questions.
It's spring break, and I will be accessible.
Oh, okay.
They do have email. They have a pretty good infrastructure over there. So.
And you know, it was very funny. I'm glad you mentioned that. Many years ago, when we first hired, well, actually after a superintendent had left. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember his name. Anyway, when we were going to hire another, he said, you make sure that whoever you hire as a superintendent, he had been here very successfully for quite some time, he said that your superintendents have professional develop or things that continue to make them passionate. And Don Phillips was his name. I'm sorry, Don Phillips. And when I saw this, I thought, oh, okay, this is what Don was talking about. So I'm delighted.
Thank you.
Ms. Engerling.
Yes, it's very exciting. I'd just like if you could just explain for a moment what an opportunistic biofilm forming bacterial pathogen might be. No, I'm just kidding.
How about after I get back?
When you get back, you can go into more explanations. I actually just have a process question. We approve all international field trips, it seems to me, on consent. So was there a specific reason this was pulled, just concerns from the community? And
well,
do we treat
should
this differently?
I should answer that since I pulled it.
Yes.
I got some questions from the community as to what this was and who was going and why we were doing it. And it seemed, particularly since it's going to launch some other projects that are similar, a good reason to pull it out and make sure that people knew about it.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. You had talked about this prior, and it sounds like an exciting opportunity, and for you to learn about what the heck this is. The one thing I would say is I saw a note recently that the PI organization has some teacher grants, additional teacher grants this spring. I might suggest that you apply for one of those, because this would fall into an
That's a great-
innovative
I appreciate that.
kind of work that they might want to support. So,
Right, thank you for the tip.
Mr. Dauber.
No questions. Seems terrific.
Thank
Have
you.
fun.
I would like to make sure that our students get to ask some questions if they have them.
Can I join? Is it too late? It sounds like awesome experience.
You're a senior,
but
too.
I know. But yeah, it looks like a great trip. I am very jealous of these people.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add, but it does seem like a really awesome experience for the students that get to go.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Dr. McGee.
Thank you.
So I move to approve.
Need to vote, though.
Oh,
Second.
yes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you passed us.
Thank you.
Thank
Right.
you. Okay, our next item is Safe and Healthy High Schools. Dr. McGee again.
Great, I'll be quick. This is a really significant importance to safe and healthy high schools. We have had some previous reports on the Chicks and Park data and where we heard some of what we're doing. But tonight, I really appreciate the structure provided by the board. We have 7 different areas. I won't repeat them. They're in your board packet and board memo. I am going to ask Charles and Brenda to take the lead in this. I really want to express my appreciation to Kathy and Tom for the counseling piece, for joining us tonight, and for Linda for your mental health expertise as well, and for Eric for being our Climatosa. Eric and I have done a lot of co-presenting together, and so I appreciate yet one more night out with Max when you could be listening to Ken Robinson. So thank you for in seriousness, thank you for making the effort to be here, and as well thank you to the principals supporting this. So Charles and Brenda, to you, please.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McGee. Good evening, board. I think you introduced everybody, Dr. McGee. There is one person here that I would like to introduce. He's a student. He's Danny Golovinsky. He's a senior at Gunn, and he's the president of ROC. And this is the team that we've assembled this evening to talk about these important questions related to how we support the social and emotional well-being of our students at the 2 high schools. And as Dr. McGee said, this came out of a follow-up conversation on the WASC reports at the last board meeting, and some further questions around the kinds of programs and services we offer around counseling and, again, social emotional support. I would like to point out that there was a change in the background on the board enclosure that we've posted and made note to the public. I just want to read it to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And the change in that enclosure is the WASC plans were accepted at the March 10th board meeting with future programs, this is the change, with future programs and strategies cited to board, subject to board approval as required. So that was a conversation that we'd had at the board level. I wanted to make sure that we noted that change. So this evening we have the team here. We have a number of questions that were presented to us by the board, and what we did is we put a presentation together for you in a PowerPoint, and we're going to go through and answer those questions for you. And we have the vice principals in charge of counseling at both of the high schools with us, Eric Bloom, the TOSA over at Pally, who will be speaking with us. And so we'll go through the questions. A number of board members, which is typical for agenda items, will pose questions to us in email. And so what we did with staff is we looked at those questions and we put the answers together. And what we're going to try to do is weave our responses to your questions to us as we go through the PowerPoint presentation. And if we leave anything out, we ask that certainly you ask us questions at the end of the report. So with that, we are very proud to turn this over to the team and go through and talk about the good work we're doing around counseling and supporting the social and emotional well-being of our students at the high schools. Ms. Carrillo. Okay, Ms. Ken, okay. Actually, Ms. Lawrence.
All right. Well, thank you for having us once again. And Tom and I are just going to talk a little bit about what we have at the 2 high schools right now. Currently, Pally has 6 credentialed counselors, and they're divided up in such a way. We have 4 counselors who actually work with one class. So in other words, the class of 2016 has the same counselor for 4 years. Then, so they loop. And right now, Paige Johnson is working with seniors and about ready to graduate and start 9th grade all over again. Another one of the 6, is our outreach counselor, and she's been terrific because she is Spanish speaking and she's worked closely with our underserved populations in facilitating conversations for parents who may not speak English but speak Spanish. But she also works with the community colleges. She's working with the college advisors to learn more and more about the college process and get more knowledgeable about that. And she just is a wealth of information and brings her personal experience to it. The 6th one is our is one of our college advisors. We have one college advisor who's a certificated counselor, and then we have one college advisor who's a classified person. Then that piece of our model is, then we move on to how we provide our academic advising and our guidance curriculum, and that's provided primarily by our teacher advisors, which we have 9th grade teacher advisors work with students for 1 year, and then students have the same teacher advisor for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Tom, you want to talk about yours?
Thank you for having us here this evening. We at Gunn have 9 counselors, and thank you to the generosity of the district and most importantly the generosity of the community through your donations over the years to Partners in Education, which has helped fund much of our counseling additional support we've been able to add. We have, of the 9 counselors, we have 7 caseload counselors, and then something we started for last school year, and this is the 2nd year, our College Career Center, which originally was just a desk in our main office area with 1 person. Now we've been able to expand to 3. And we've added 2 actual counselors who are in the College and Career Center offering services to juniors and seniors. And one of our counselors, Monica Espinosa, also runs our College Pathways program, which has been a great program over the years for allowing first-generation students to have the dream of going to college and making that possible. And so our model will be more the traditional model. Our counselors encompass the academic, the college career, and also social emotional. However, I would say a lot of the college career part has been now divvied up to where all the college and career centers. So our 7 caseload counselors now have a smaller caseload than what they had a few years ago, and they're focusing primarily on the academic and also the social emotional needs of our students.
Okay, so now we get to talk about the framework that we use, and that was developed starting in the spring of 2013, I believe, was when it was first brought up. A group of counselors worked over the summer to kind of get a basic outline, and then all of the secondary counselors, middle school and high school, got together last year and worked on this logic model, the framework that we're using. It's based on the ACSA, American School Counselor Association's standards. And I believe you've all seen the logic model previously. One of the cool things that came out of it was that there is a district-wide mission and vision statement for what we're looking for the outcomes for our students.
Yep.
Do you want to add anything?
Yep, sure. Okay. And one of the great parts of this has been a partnership of Gunn and Pally, along with also the middle schools, and so it's a real joint effort. We're really taking a look at the services we do well. And I have to say, over the last few years, I think we're moving more to comparable outcomes, and also taking a look at how we can offer more similar services. And through, whether it's the logic model or just even taking a look at Gunn on it, just to let you know in the future, we're taking a look at our bell schedule to find ways we can create more time for collaboration, periods for teachers to work together, but more importantly, opening up time for us to meet with groups of students. I know Pally's had this model that's worked very well for them for years, and we're at Gunn are taking a look at ways we can create more time for students to meet in groups of, let's say, 20, 25 students, rather than just meeting one-on-one. One of the big focuses in the last few years is we've had Titan 101, and in the last 2 years we've added a counseling component to it, and that's something we'd like to take a look at expanding in the future. And with our work on the new bell schedule, we're taking a look at ways we can create more opportunities for these things to happen. Right.
So the other thing that's been great about our partnership is that a few of us got together, Tom, me, and some of the guidance counselors from Pally and Gunn got together and went through every single thing that we do, that we give to the kids through the curriculum that we offer, and worked to see what are we doing in common, and what are the things that we're not doing in common, and what can we then share with each other to enhance both programs. And it's been a really, really good partnership over the last year, and I think it's benefited both programs.
I'd also like to add the great leadership we've had from Brenda. Ms. Brenda Carrillo has been fantastic as far as getting us together, taking a look at both programs, what are we doing well, and also giving us the framework and the foundation how we can expand our services for all the students of our community.
The final thing that we're kind of the last piece here is, how do we know that the students are ending up with the same outcome with these two different models? And so what we're working on right now is this logic model survey that we will be administering late April, beginning and all of May. We have different systems, so it's a little different. But so over the course of a month, we will be giving this survey. We're working with Christopher Kohler to make sure that our questions are really asking what we hope they're asking and that they're valid and reliable. So we're looking forward to getting the data back to see how we're doing. Thank you. Oh, so, sorry. So as I stated earlier, we have more, because of Crystal Laguna, our outreach counselor, we're really able to expand our services. She's been able to facilitate that we have a translator for most of our parent nights, so that parents who maybe their English they're not feeling as comfortable with it are able to, put headphones on, and Crystal or another person with it from the district is translating so that they can follow along with what's going on. Crystal also offers parent nights in Spanish, going over, again, things that may be unfamiliar. And it's working really well. I think it's really making people feel more comfortable to come to campus and participate in what's going on, at least our Spanish-speaking parents. The district social worker also is Spanish-speaking, so that's helpful. Both campuses have groups that work with the LGBTQ groups, and that's been helpful. And then because ACS has the outlet program outside of school, so that's again, trying to get more and more inclusive for all students, no matter what their background. We are working with, Aki, to reach out, do some outreach to the Chinese community too. So we're starting that partnership.
One of the questions was asked of us if we can put up related questions to counseling services in the strategic plan spring survey. So what you see there are some data from those questions last year. And the first 3 questions you'd see with Gunn and Pally and parents and students, the numbers are pretty comparable. And then the last 3 sets of questions, you see some greater distances between the responses between the 2 schools and parents and students. So we're looking at that data and considering its meaning. Some questions that came to us from the board were, since we asked these questions in 2008. So there's only 2 questions, and looking at this data with Mr. Kohler over the last few days, that we asked in 2008, and the numbers from those related questions from 2008 to 13 to last year have steadily improved. Though the biggest jumps were from 2008 to 2013. Another part in the data that you don't see up there, but I did have an opportunity to share this with the board, that the survey responses from 13 to 14 for Gunn, for both parents and students, there's lots of improvement in a number of those, for a number of those questions. And then the scores, or rather the responses for Pally from 2013 to 14 are largely the same. But then again, we continue to take a look at some differences between the responses at Pally and Gunn. So again, those are the responses that you see in the strategic plan spring survey from last year. We are administering the survey again this coming spring, and in your board packet you see that we have some additional questions. So we're anxious to see the survey responses that we get with this spring's administration. Another cost about how much the programs cost. So you can see it there. It's, you've got the numbers in front of you. And the gun counseling program is, so you can see the cost there. And what that pays for, I think Mr. Jakubowski talked about that, was 9 counselors and 1 college advisor. The Pally counseling program, you can see the cost there. That's 6 counselors, which equates to 3.4 teaching positions, 1 college advisor, and 1 TA coordinator. You see the cost of a total cost of both programs. The other question that was presented to us is the training that has taken place for bullying and disability, and all staff have been trained. They were trained in 2013, and there's an attachment in the board packet there that has all of the dates for all the schools and all the trainings that took place. And the last bullet item there was other related fees regarding training. And so we had 2 attorneys from 2 different law firms present disability-based harassment, bullying prevention training to staff. And that number that you see up there is a result of, I think it's 20 hours between the 2 attorneys on presentation time.
I mentioned at a PI meeting that I came to that I think the role of the school climate TOSA's most important role is the T. That because the T in TOSA stands for teacher, and I think the valuable part about that is it keeps me grounded in the classroom, and then keeps me closest to those clients that we're serving, which are the students. It also allows me to engage my colleagues on a professional level as a classroom teacher, and then to coordinate and facilitate those activities that are going on in campus. As you see up there, one of the variety of things that we do specifically around school climate are the Not in Our Schools weeks that will coming up next month. Unity Day, which is a district-wide piece that we start at the beginning of the school, and I sit on the school-wide committee on that. The same school-wide committee on student wellness. Camp Everytown, or Camp Unity is what we call it now at Pally, because, well, for whatever, is what the next slide is, and I guess I can just go on to the next slide. It's a really valuable experience that we give our students an opportunity to really engage with each other at a different level. It is a long weekend where they spend a significant amount of time together going through conversations and discussions that they wouldn't normally have, especially sitting on the quad at lunch or something like that. Many students refer to this as being that time that people that they've known for years, that they've never really sat down and had these kinds of conversations about race, about gender, about the roles, the relationships that they have on school and out. It's significantly expensive, but what we see as the outcomes, especially this year, because we had the ASB leadership and the Social Justice Pathway, an outstanding program at Palo Alto High School. But by taking the 30 kids, or the 29 kids, sorry, I'm a little bit jaded, to the Camp Unity. I've been several times before, and the difference is that with the social justice kids, they have identified themselves as someone that's concerned about issues of climate, and then coming to Camp Everytown gives them this opportunity to sort of start to put their thinking into practice. And also created relationships with, you know, and again, it's a student-based piece, but brokers of power on campus. And we like to poo-poo ASB sometimes in the sense of saying is that these are our agents of power, but they are our agents of power, and they actually do control a significant amount of money, but also are seeking an opportunity to voice for students. And so I think that Camp Everytown has has been a significant part of the social justice pathway, but also in having a positive impact on the campus at Pali and Gunn.
And here we're going to discuss some of the different programs that our schools offer. And I'm going to start with something we don't always probably utilize as much as we should, and that's our Living Skills program. Living Skills is a semester requirement that every student in the Palo Alto Unified School District needs to fulfill. And it is an area where they learn health, they learn about health issues, sex ed type issues, and just a lot of things that are important for the students to know. And I really think this is an important area that we can take a look at as far as implementing and helping with some social emotional learning that our students should all be receiving, and have a partnership between the counseling departments at both schools and the Living Skills, and embed a lot of the things that we're trying to do. And one thing I would like to explore, and I'll put it out there, I would like to explore having all students take Living Skills during the school year. We have very few of our students on a percentage standpoint do it. Many of them do it during the school year, many of them do it during the summertime. And I really feel as a community we need to take a look at using this resource of time that the students have, which can be up to first semester of time, and having it as something they do during the school year. Because I think it is very important. I think as a community we're taking a real big strong look at mental health improvement. And this is something I know from my counseling department, and I've talked a little bit to Kathy, but I know at Gunn, we really want to work with our Living Skills program at Gunn and find ways we can utilize this to help with the social emotional needs of our school community.
Thank you, Tom. I also wanted to add that we are also looking at other ways to embed social emotional learning in our classroom as well. It's true that having that content in our Living Skills class makes a lot of sense, and it is a required class. We would also like to work towards destigmatizing the idea that that is the only class in which social emotional learning and outcomes can occur. And so we've started already having that conversation with our counselors and looking at our counseling curriculum to say, how might we embed social emotional learning in your discussion of the 4-year plan, for example? Or how do we embed social emotional learning in thinking about your college application? And so we're trying to really move away from the idea that social emotional learning or that wellness really exists in one arena, but that rather it's something that we see as applicable to all of our classrooms in some way. And so those are some conversations that are happening. I'll move on in terms of talking about data collection. We do collect a lot of valuable data in this district in terms of how students are doing and what they report to us, and we would like to continue to do that. We collect the California Healthy Kids Survey, the Developmental Asset Survey, the Park Survey, we have Strategic Plan Survey data, et cetera. And so those are all really good ways to think about how our students are doing in terms of their experience and their health and wellness. Kathy mentioned that we have developed a survey that will be specific to our counseling program that is really helping us to understand if we have this logic model and if we believe these things will happen, how will we know that that's actually occurring? And so we're very pleased that Christopher Kohler is here now, and he's been already in the month that he's been here really working closely with us to help us to understand if the questions that we're asking will move us in the direction of being able to understand those outcomes more fully. He's also already been very helpful in thinking about all of the data we collect and how can we look at that data more deeply, and what are other ways that we could look at that same data in terms of collecting other information to triangulate with the information that we collect. So I think we're very lucky to have him, and I'm certainly excited to start working with him. The other strategy here that we have in terms of suicide prevention focus is the Question, Persuade, Refer program, QPR, which is really a gatekeeper training. It's a training that's about an hour and a half where people, if you take the class in person, you receive an orientation to sort of mental health and gatekeeping, and then you actually have an opportunity to role play, asking the question, do you feel suicidal? Are you thinking about hurting yourself? And it's pretty incredible, because I think on a very cerebral level, it seems like that would be an easy question to ask, but when you're in the moment with the student or an adult, anybody, and you're in that position of asking that question and trying to get them to help, it's something that's very difficult to do, and so the practicing part is essential to the QPR training. We do have all of our teachers QPR trained in the district, and also have extended that training to students as well through the Living Skills class. This last semester we moved away, at least at Pali, they piloted a different program, Break Free from Depression, to see if that might be a better fit for the students, but essentially decided the QPR training was a better fit, and they're moving back to that moving forward. Well, Linda can add more at the end. The other element that we're looking at again is this idea that QPR training is not enough, that we need to have our teachers, our certificated staff, and others trained and have some basic understanding of mental health and what to look for. What does it look like when a student is struggling in your class? Perhaps not academically, but in another way in terms of their emotional state. And so we have expanded our classified training for classified staff around QPR, and we just offered recently in February a mental health 101 for our classified staff, and they were very well attended. I think people are interested and want more information about how to help students. We are also looking at innovative ways to involve teachers in additional training, including Sula, our social worker, is working on sending out a survey at our high schools to understand what teachers are most interested in learning about, and then doing some brown bag lunches with teachers around some of these different topics. So looking at formal ways to train, but also informal. What are people really seeing in their classroom as a need, and how can we help better meet some of those needs? Moving on, we have Challenge Success, and I think most people are probably familiar with Challenge Success, but it's a research-based program that's based out of Stanford that developed practical curriculum, conferences, and other programs for parents, for schools, and students looking for a healthier and more effective path to success in the 21st century. It's really about redefining what success looks like on a school campus. And so last summer, our office wrote a grant that we were hoping that we would receive for Pally. We did not receive the grant. It was very competitive, and I think overall, because we're so resourced, we probably didn't have as much of an opportunity to receive funding as other districts that are less resourced. But Kim DiOrio took the lead in saying, even though we didn't receive the grant, we do want to move forward with Challenge Success. That was one of the elements in that particular grant. And she has created a team, and they are working to begin the Challenge Success process. Gunn is also talking with Challenge Success to reinitiate their work with Challenge Success. My understanding is that they worked with Challenge Success in the past. I'm not sure when that ended, but again, we're hoping that in the fall that Gunn will be on board, and so that both of our high schools will be working closely with Challenge Success. Another element I want to mention is that we've been looking at our counseling services much more closely, and understanding that we need to be looking at counseling and mental health supports for students upstream. So we started with looking at our elementary schools and what we're offering, and actually added a significant number of days to our elementary schools in terms of mental health supports for next year, really hoping that if we can address some of these issues earlier and being proactive, that in middle school and high school we can see a positive effect. We are now looking at our secondary counseling programs. And when I say counseling, I'm actually talking about our mental health counseling, not our academic school counseling. So we're right now looking at expanding our mental health counseling at the secondary level, and really with a critical eye towards culturally relevant services. How can we better serve some of our subgroups and families who perhaps have not been able to access service in the same way as others? A couple other things I wanted to mention is we have Stanford Fellows that work with our district. They're supervised by Dr. Shashank Joshi, and they are school I always get this wrong, school psychiatrists. And they provide us with support so that when our teams have a student or a family that is really struggling, that is beyond the scope of our school, that they can refer these students to the Stanford Fellows and for assessment and evaluation. We are looking at expanding these support services for our school teams so that they have external supports that they can rely on when, in fact, the family needs more than what we can offer at the school site. Want to talk just a little bit about sources of strength, but I'm certainly not the expert at having Danny in the room around sources of strength. He can speak to it as you have more questions at the end of our presentation. But it's a strength-based comprehensive wellness program that focuses on suicide prevention, but also impacts other issues such as substance abuse and violence. And it's really based on this model of connections, relational connections with other students, and changing social norms with peers, and really addressing this issue of stigma reduction, that it's okay to ask for help, and to utilize your friends in that way. And certainly Sources of Strength is an important program at Gunn, a well-established program at Gunn, and Pally is looking at ways of potentially bringing Sources of Strength to their school site as well. And so that's very, very good to hear, positive to hear. ROC, and again, Danny would be able to answer other questions, but ROC is a program at Gunn that stands for Reach Out, Care, Know, and it's a peer support model that exists that has, again, also been very instrumental in terms of the peer-to-peer support, especially in light of the recent suicides. They actually were part of really planning how can we support students on our campus and what are some ways that students would appreciate us reaching out. And so they're an incredibly valuable resource support, very engaged and great to work with. At Pally, we do not have a ROC program, but Pally is implementing the friend-to-friend model, which is essentially an online peer-to-peer support training program. It's a 15-minute role play, essentially, where students get to go online and think about how they would talk to a friend if a friend was in distress. So Cognito is the organization that houses friend-to-friend. They have other trainings on there as well, and I know that Pally has been looking at and actually implemented some additional training for teachers through Cognito. Again, it's a web-based experience and something that we're looking at more closely in terms of moving forward. The last piece I want to mention in terms of our suicide prevention strategies is our parent outreach efforts. And this is really an area in which I think that we excel. And hopefully, I don't know how do I link, press the parent? Yeah. It's an area in which we excel, and where I think we're very lucky to have parents who care deeply about these issues and come to our parent events. But also, no, I wanted you to click on the link, parent outreach, if we can. And we're also very lucky to have Linda Lenoir, who leads many of our parent outreach efforts. Our hope had been to be able to connect. Okay. I actually brought okay. So we can share those out later in a bit. So we have created a matrix of all of the parent engagement events. That's okay. That we have put together for this year, and we want to continue to do effective parent outreach. We're looking at how we can provide more parent outreach in different languages, and not necessarily using a translator, but having people hear the information in their native languages, which I think is so much more powerful, and continuing to be guided by the parent feedback that we've received. We had many parent community events over the last several months after the suicides, asking parents what they were interested in knowing more about. We got incredibly valuable feedback, and we'd like to use that in terms of planning for the rest of this year and for next year as well. Yes? Oh, the other way. So Project Safety Net, I just want to share a little bit of an update of what we're doing with Project Safety Net. Project Safety Net continues to provide community leadership in the area of youth well-being and suicide prevention. We have regular community meetings to inform the larger community of efforts that are occurring across Palo Alto. And our next meeting is on March 26th from 11 to 1 at Lucy Stern Community Center. If anyone in the audience or in the communities is interested in attending, these are open meetings, and we welcome a wide variety of perspectives and expertise and participation in these meetings. Project Safety Net is also going to be presenting an update to the City School Liaison Committee on April 2nd, which is next week. We'll be talking at the City School Liaison in much more detail about our work, but one element that we'll be addressing is the proposed changes to the Project Safety Net structure. We're really interested in understanding what is the best structure to support our work, what is the best structure to support engagement and effectiveness. And that's been a conversation that's been happening for a little while in light of the fact that we have not had a director leading that effort for over a year. And so it's kind of come to a head in terms of trying to figure out how to keep the collaborative moving forward in the interim. And so we're looking at many different opportunities, including a collective impact model, which is essentially a way of looking at a collaborative that's working together towards a common interest, and that has some guidelines on how to do that more effectively. Project Safety Net has really, again, in light of the suicides that we recently have, has stepped up as a partner in terms of providing information to our community, increasing the track watch efforts after the first suicide that we had, and serving as a thought partner in how we want to move forward as a community. And so we're very grateful for the efforts of the city and of the collaborative. Altogether, we have over 40 different agencies and people who serve on that committee. So it's, again, through that idea that together we're going to be able to address this issue. And so with that, we have completed our updates and hopefully have answered some of the questions that you had posed to us. So thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we have one community card. I don't know if you want to take it now or you want to go.
Let's take it now.
Okay, why don't we take it first? Stephanie Moniz. Munoz. I would like you at the microphone so you can be recorded.
First, I have to apologize to Superintendent McGee because I wrote him a letter and it wasn't entirely respectful. I'm sorry. As you know, I have a project. I'd like to save the Burge Clark Gym. It's a piece of Palo Alto history, and some of the 7,000 homeless people in Santa Clara could make very good use of that building to shelter them from the cold and from danger. And I was stressing the fact that if it was women, there'd be no problem at all. You'd hardly know they were there. That they take pains to walk in small groups so that they wouldn't offend the worthy burghers of Palo Alto with their suffering or their homelessness. And then I wrote to another person who's on one of the groups for homelessness, and he said, no, that's not the way to go. He said, this is a school. The point of a school is to make our children happy, productive members of society so that they can have a chance to make a better world. And that's what you do here. And thank you. But the problem is, we live in a world in which people kill other people, and they do it with our permission, and they exploit other people, and they hurt them. You can understand why a person would kill himself who has been shamed or hurt or despairing. But the big mystery is why these children who have everything, they have music and they have beauty and they have gardens and they have so much love given them, so much love. Why? The problem is that they're too aware. They know that it's not going to be a world of love, that it's not going to be a world of justice, and they can't do anything about it. My friend, who knows very well the suffering that comes when a family member makes that decision, said, if you had homeless families on that school campus, that would give those children in the school somebody to help, something to hang on to the idea that you could make a difference, that you could make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have this conversation a little bit different structurally than we've had it in the past, because I want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. And so first we're going to have our student board members ask any questions that they want or make any comments that they want. Then when we go through here, I'm going to ask you to try to limit your questions and comments to 10 minutes. If you have more after that, after we've all gone around, we'll go around again, and we'll keep doing that until everybody's questions and comments are expressed. How does that sound?
And so when I read Dr. McGee's comments to this effect in the
exec summary,
I was a little bit puzzled about the basis for the suggestion and the problem that we're trying to solve. And I also wasn't sure whether Dr. McGee was offering a solution for this particular item or for items in general, because I do feel that if we're going to be making longer-term changes in board operations, we should be having that discussion deliberately rather than...
Right. So we had sort of an... not everyone participated at the same level for a couple of different conversations that we've had. And we anticipate this is going to be a conversation that people have great interest in. So we're trying to figure out, are there some models we could try? We've tried this model before, actually.
This isn't anything new.
No, we've tried this before. So let's try it. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, we'll try something else. I just want to make sure that everybody on the board is able to ask all the questions they want to ask, and that we have sort of a balanced way of doing that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just so long as we're not setting a precedent that we can't revisit. That was
Oh, God,
my-
we can, of course, revisit it.
Okay, good.
Well, and just for context, we started this almost an hour late, and we scheduled it for an hour, and we've used 40 minutes already. So as we do this, just keep in mind that I predict we're here after midnight. So I appreciated that the staff answered many of the questions in line while they were doing their presentation. So I'm going to try and stick to whatever time you give us. But first I want to hear from our student
So we're going to
reps.
first have our students. And Carolyn, would you like to start?
I'm not sure exactly how relevant this is, but just going back to the guidance counseling comments, I would just have to add that I think the TA system that Pali has with having the individual teacher advisors to a class of around 30 students is really effective, and I would suggest that GUN does adopt that program. But I do have to add that 30 students is still a lot for one teacher to get to know very well over the course of 4 years. I have, personally with my advisor, I have never had an individual meeting with him, and he's supposed to be, writing me a college letter of rec, within the next few months. So I don't think that it's as effective as it should be. So my suggestion would just be maybe add more teacher advisors and cut down the number of students that are assigned to each individual counselor. Otherwise, I think the system's really good, and I think it's something to continue using.
Okay.
Carolyn.
A couple things. I'm going to start by...
Can I just... were you hoping for an answer to that, or was that just your opinion? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I was going to start by singing my praises of Everytown. I went my sophomore year. I made some of my best friends there, and I can just say that was a great program, and if we're ever questioning about whether or not we should continue that, I would endorse it fully, or whatever the Pali equivalent of Camp Unity is. It sounds very similar. Okay, and then Mr. J made a comment about living skills and trying to limit that in the summer. And my worry is that having it not be in summer school.
Not in summer school.
No, the point I brought up is something we need to take a look at having it during the school year, so students get the material over a longer period of time of 4.5 months rather than a very intense 3-week period in the summertime.
My one worry is that we heard all these kids talk about zero period and the importance of, although unrelated, but the importance of free time and to schedule their own life. And I know for a lot of kids, getting courses done during the summer is part of that. So I would just kind of caution that little bit, since that is kind of a bigger issue. And then my question being, we have these surveys, and the surveys look great, and certainly the results, but is there any way for students to give feedback about specific counselors or specific advisors at Pali?
Yes, at Pali, we do, at the end of the year, we won't do it because we're going to do the logic model survey, but in previous years, we have done a very detailed survey for counseling services for every grade level pertaining to guidance counselors, TAs, college advisors. So ACS is included in it, so it's quite detailed. So yes, we do collect that. And the TAs actually look at it too, so that they have a sense. They're anonymous, but they do get to see the feedback.
I guess my question was more if a student, say, had an idea, is there a way to implement student ideas about how they think their wellness services should be offered to them? Is there a forum or a channel that kids can express their own thoughts about a particular lesson or something like that, opposed to at the end of the year?
Oh, you mean about each individual lesson?
Or in general about a meeting or something they thought didn't go well or an
Yes,
experience
we
they
collect
had.
feedback for that too. Either the students, we collect feedback from the TAs who also say, yeah, that worked or that didn't work. But the students can always come in and give comments too. I don't know that we have a formal way to do that piece other than at the end of the year we go through all those lessons and say, what did you think of this? What did you think of that? That's included in that survey.
I haven't seen anything like that at Gun, though.
Well, the main area is a couple things. One, in Titan 101, which you've been a few years removed from, and the counselors weren't even part of it when you were there. There's a review process that goes through each of the lessons, whether it's the regular Titan 101 sessions or the and the two with the counselors. And in the end of the year, when you're senior right now, you'll be doing an Naviance survey and asking about your counseling experience.
Okay, I'll look forward to that one. Okay, and then this is more of a overall question that I've heard from a lot of kids being about our ACS services. People seem to really love them, but wish we had more of them, or wish we could expand that. Is there any opportunity for that to happen in the future? At both schools, I would assume.
Right. Yes, one of the areas that we are looking at very closely is how to make sure that we have adequate counseling services at our secondary level. And so we are looking at expanding counseling services, whether it be through ACS or through other organizations. And we're thinking about counseling as a continuum. So where do students just need a kind of a check-in, and then students who need more? And so how do we meet all of those needs across that continuum? But yes, I'm glad to hear that they're well received.
Great. That's it for me, I think.
We just got a card from the Gun Student Body President who would like to talk about Camp Everytown, and I think this would be a good time to have him come up.
Hi, my name is Ren. I'm the Gun Student Body President. On the topic of Camp Everytown, I'm not going to use all 3 minutes. I just want to say that most students find it as an enriching experience, but one of the problems at both Gun and Pally is that Camp Everytown is not offered to every student, so it ends up happening when certain students get nominated, others feel excluded. And what's ironic about the situation is that Camp Everytown is supposed to make everyone feel included, but when the Camp Everytown kids come back, there's a ton of kids that feel resentment because they weren't part of that enriching experience. And everyone knows it's an enriching experience. So what I'd like to tell the school board is that it'd be really nice if some steps could be taken to ensure that every child gets the same Camp Everytown experience. Because I know that there's an away session at in the woods somewhere, and sometimes they'll come over to our school to have not a lock-in, but to have a Camp Everytown session in the library or something like that. And the kids that go to the library session typically don't rave about it as much as the kids that went away to the woods. So I think there should be some consistency in that process, just so that everyone gets that same experience, because I think it's an integral part of the gun experience that everyone should experience. I said experience like 5 times. That's okay. All right. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Peyton Caswell.
You can respond to that if
Oh, I just wanted to point out that we're giving the students an opportunity to speak, and we love it. And as I talked about having Danny here, I just wondered if he doesn't necessarily need to make a formal presentation.
We would love to have Danny come up.
Or if you have any specific questions for
up.
Danny. Okay, Danny.
R-O-C-K.
I have a specific question for Danny, as long as he's heading up anyway.
Thank you, Danny.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Danny.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Perfect.
can.
Okay.
My question was, for sources of strength, do you feel like you have enough accessible, qualified, caring adults on campus to meet the needs of what you encounter?
Absolutely. So something I was actually discussing yesterday during student government, we had the WASC visiting team come speak to us, and I realized that this year I'm actually fortunate to have all 8 of my teachers be trusted adults on campus and people I can go to and talk to if I need to. Something else that I thought was very impressive to see when one of the WASP members asked student government if they have at least one trusted adult on campus. I believe all but 2 or 3 of the 35 students raised their hands. So we do absolutely have a very solid core of teachers who are willing to help. We have adults on campus besides teachers, administrators as well. And I actually, separately from being the ROC president, as diversity commissioner, meet with a group of 7 to 10 adults every other week, and they are all also part of our Sources of Strength meetings and trainings, and are always willing to help, even if it's something as simple as just using their classroom during lunch for an activity. Are there any other questions?
I think you were going to talk to us about ROC, so
Yes.
this would be a good time to do that.
Absolutely. So I was just going to present a little report of what ROC has done this year that Sandrine Bontemps, who is a senior at Gun, our secretary, wrote for us. One of ROC's first priorities is to ensure that emotional and mental strength of Gun students. To that end, we sponsor regular Sources of Strength trainings, offered not exclusively to ROC members, but to any nominated or interested Gun student. These trainings touch on many important issues that are unfortunately even more relevant now. Before the school year began, our dedicated group of peer leaders got together to plan and discuss our goals for the year. At that meeting, along with setting dates for major ROC events, such as Sources of Strength trainings, we reviewed the principles of QPR suicide prevention principles, and through the literature and through role plays that they provide. We additionally reviewed ROC's mission and purpose. In September, ROC had the privilege of being a student group invited to the PAUSD Student Services Fair, and ROC members were able to set up a table and present throughout the night. Our first Sources of Strength training met on November 4th, which, given the news of one of the deaths, became a time for communal grieving, discussion, and ways to cope with grief. Unlike a normal Sources of Strength training, this session was open to any student who needed to talk, and the formal training was postponed. In December, ROC sponsored the complimentary appreciation grams for its 5th year, and this year with the help of student government. With our larger numbers, we were able to successfully send every single Gun student at least one appreciation gram. We plan to have another round in the spring before finals. On January 27th, we hosted our second Sources of Strength training. After discussion of possibly postponing the training again, we decided to go through with it to give the students and the community an opportunity to be a part of it. 26 peer leaders and 13 adult advisors composed this supportive group, and all grade students were represented. The training concluded with our group choosing projects designed to promote messages of hope, health, and strength through our Titan broadcast network, our testimonials, and public art displays. ROC is currently working on projects for Not in Our Schools Week, which will be the week after spring break in mid-April. These include a trusted adult wall, a Sources of Strength mural, and the ball pit activity, which if you're not familiar with, I would love to talk to you about later. ROC is a student-founded and student-run group on campus, and we are incredibly grateful for all of the supportive and encouragement that we've received from the Gun faculty. Over the past 3 years, we've had tons of students voluntarily participate in the QPR trainings and help coordinate training the entire staff. ROC will continue to instill emotional strength in the Gun community, and we hope that Gun students and staff will continue to see and benefit from the work that we are doing and the steps we are taking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions about ROC or anything I discussed?
You know what, why don't, as we go around, if there are questions, we'll call you back up.
Okay, perfect.
Okay? Thank you. All right, so why don't we start this with Heidi? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Emberley. Can you time yourself?
I'm going to time myself.
Okay.
I'm going to time myself.
Okay.
Hi. So first of all, thank you all so much. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for all you've done to align our counseling services across our secondary schools. You mentioned that the counseling programs, you all mentioned share a common mission framework, outcomes, standards, and I'm just wondering if we could talk about some of the shared goals as well, or if you have any that are specifically outlined that weren't in your report. Some of the goals that I remember you mentioning in the past have included increasing touch points for students. So the CDC has, it's one of its strategic directions for suicide prevention, the primary goal of promoting and enhancing connectedness within and among individuals, families, and communities. So I'd like to know if you're accumulating data on the basic number and, more importantly, the quality of these touch points for students, the ones that each student has with a caring adult on campus, particularly outside of the direct academic instruction time. I really appreciate the new focus on the culturally relevant counseling services. This is something I haven't seen in the past. Adding a Spanish-speaking social worker as a bridge between home and school, fantastic idea. And I'm in full support of adding one for the Asian community as well. I know you mentioned Chinese-speaking community, and working with Michelle Liu and Aki is great. I think the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Task Force may also suggest an African American liaison as well, so I'd encourage you to look at that. Another goal I was glad you addressed was the reducing the stigma around seeking mental health supports. And I know that even in conversations about designing the Gun Wellness Center, we've talked about placement of rooms in order to destigmatize seeking mental health services. And I know in your report it says that PALI offers one advisory session on raising mental health awareness. So my question is more about the efforts to destigmatize seeking mental health services is a large issue. You're talking about a cultural issue, right? Not only for students, but for families in the larger community as well. Students themselves came up with a great idea that maybe everyone be required to see an ACS counselor once a year so that everybody would be doing it. And I really am interested in those ideas on how to normalize that experience. So the other thing was I'm eager to hear more about the living skills curriculum. I appreciate Rose's comments about taking it over the summer. I do think, though, when we think about creating a comprehensive health education curriculum, I don't know how you can jam that into 3 weeks. I think if you want it to be comprehensive and ongoing, these conversations they're having at Camp Everytown, conversations around drug and alcohol issues, conversations around suicide prevention, you know, these in-depth conversations around identity, race, culture, ethnicity, you know, I don't know how you can cram that into such a small period. I think it would be helpful to have these weekly opportunities, and I like the idea of embedding it in more than just living skills in other curriculum. But I do think that is one vehicle in which we can really talk about a comprehensive health education curriculum. I'm totally on board with increasing ACS services. I have only heard positive things from students I've talked to about having this available. Seeing the ACS counselors work alongside the guidance counselors during these moments of crisis that we've been having this year has just been wonderful. They've been reaching out to students, reaching out to families. So I'm a big fan. I do have a question around whether teachers are asking for more professional development around identifying students in need of these support services, and so I'd like to know how the board can support that. The school climate TOSAs, cool. There you are, Eric. I know you're hiding. I can see you there. Great. Sort of a new addition, right, to our campuses, and I really appreciate it. Do you work with some of the health professionals on the sites too to design curriculum? That would be a question I would have, and I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to lay out that question there because I'm looking at my time. I'd like to, I read in the report that you also work on issues of academic honesty and restorative justice on campuses. I mean, those two issues are really big for us on the board, and I think they probably warrant their own conversations, board-level conversations. But I'd like to know sort of how the school climate TOSAs are working around that, and whether we need to create some more board guidance in terms of policy development around both of those issues. The drug and alcohol use or abuse or prevention, I didn't see anything about that in your report. I think that's probably a healthy schools student health issue, so I don't know what's being done around there. I know that more and more student interventions, and you did talk about this online friend-to-friend thing that's going on at Pali. I know there are online self-reflective tools around, you know, how much am I using, and students can do these anonymously on their own. So I'm wondering, I know Youth Community Service had offered us access to these e-checkup to go sorts of tools, and I'm wondering if those are on the high school sites now. So that's another question. Sorry, I have so many questions. Articulation between 8th and 9th grade. I think that's a healthy schools sort of issue, and I know we talk a lot about 5th to 6th grade articulation. So I'd just like to know who's looking at that transition in terms of healthy. I'm sure there's somebody. Thank you. The attendance report, I'll be so interested to hear more about that attendance committee and the work they're doing in terms of looking at student attendance in schools. I remember this question from the Chicks survey, and there was a percentage of students that was so stressed about homework that they were staying home to finish it instead of attending school. So obviously we don't want that going on, and so I'm really looking forward to hearing about that report. And the last thing I have is around the Gun Advisory Committee report and the WASC reports. We have these beautiful reports with these great intentions, and I really want to communicate when we're meeting these goals and how we're meeting these goals. I got out my GAC report from February of 2013, which was 2 years ago, and I was pleased to see that some of the recommendations have been adopted. Establishing wellness centers, we've been talking about that, creating an on-call counselor, providing regular communication directly from school leadership to the parent community, like those weekly counseling updates that are so popular. However, some of the recommendations, I don't know what's happening with them, and there was a common goal to clearly define and deliver a 4-year guidance curriculum across all 3 domains: academic, socio-emotional, college, and career. And I just want to know where we are with both schools in terms of delivering a 4-year guidance curriculum. So overall, I'm interested in hearing what are the roadblocks that keep us from moving forward on some of these recommendations. What guidance do you need from the board in terms of policy development, strategic goal setting, or establishing budget priorities? And what would you like us to communicate to the larger community about these improvements going on in our high school campuses and as safe and welcoming places to learn? Oh, 53 seconds left. Oh.
Ms. Emberling, would it be okay if we let each board member go and ask their questions, and then we did a round with the administration that's here so that they could answer these questions, and we can do another round? Is that okay?
That's totally fine,
Okay.
and I did send them out late, so they have them, and that would be totally fine.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Ms. Godfrey, let's...
And I know we can come back, so
Yeah, we
I
can
know
come
this
back.
is just sort of a
So I'm
first
going to
pass,
just
but-
add
Yeah.
my questions to
Yeah.
Ms. Emmerling's questions. Okay, so
I just, a process question.
Yeah.
What is the expectation about how those questions are going to get answered? I love the questions. I was just puzzled about why we weren't going.
Well,
weren't
I'm
hearing
just
answers.
worried that if we go into being answered, then we're going to end up with a dialogue going back and forth here that's going to go beyond. Let's go around and see what everyone's questions are, and then let those questions be answered. That's my hope, that we could do it that way. If it doesn't work, Mr. Dauber, we can go back to the old way.
I want to get a chance to talk.
okay, so
I think there's also some overlapping questions that we're going to find as
So
well.
as I mentioned before, I appreciate that the questions that I sent you via email, you answered sort of in line in your presentation. There was just a couple of other things that I want to do a little deeper on. One is around our coaches, our high school coaches. So I know you showed the list of our classified staff and our certificate staff and the training around QPR and bullying prevention and maybe mental health 101. So our coaches is a place that feels like a gap to me. And not all of our kids play sports, but the ones who do spend 10 to 20 hours a week with their coaches who have varying levels of emotional intelligence. All good hearts and all great sports, but their ability to recognize this sort of thing. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that, and if we have some discussion about that. Living skills, I feel like, has come up a lot in the WASC reports, in these discussions, and I'd like to hear the current thinking on maybe the way forward on that. When do we reconsider what's in living skills? How do we reconsider that? How do we consider whether summer school is okay, not okay? Taking stuff out that needs to be earlier in the student's career, maybe middle school. So any thinking around maybe how we sort of re-engineer that. Do we use the word re-engineer in school? I don't know. Okay, how do we re-engineer that? Design thinking. Okay, sorry. Where I come from, we use re-engineer things. And then I appreciated that you were willing to add the developmental assets. I don't want to lose sight. We adopted the developmental assets framework. The survey for that has been pushed out a bit, so I appreciate that you're willing to pull a few key questions into our strategic plan survey. And I also had a question about ACS. As Ms. Emberling said, more services are better. As Ms. Weineman said, they get a lot of kudos. So I'm just interested in the process for deciding how to do more, what to do more, if it's the right agency for us, and that sort of thing. Not that I have a strong opinion, I just wanted to know the process. So those are my 3 questions.
Okay. Mr. Dauber.
Well, what I would rather do is I might not get as many questions in, but I'd like to get answers as I ask them, because it's going to be difficult for me to. I think following up the answers, it's much more useful for me anyways to have some kind of a dialogue.
Well, let's start with you asking some questions, and then when we go around the second time.
I could certainly pass this around too, and if this isn't going to work, I would be. I have, for example, I have a question for Mr. Kolar. Has he seen the 2012 survey in working on his logic model? But simply to blurt that question out and then go on, the answer is what's interesting to me, and then I can follow that up. So I would much rather spend my 10 minutes and maybe not get as many questions out, but get some answers.
Okay, well, you can do that. You want to try that?
I would like to try that,
okay,
because
try that.
I'm not really prepared
Okay.
with a list of. So that is actually my. So let me collect my thoughts on the substance of what we're talking about. So I was certainly pleased to hear Mr. Jakubowski mention the question of comparability. That's a board policy, and I hadn't heard about the survey that is being planned for April and May. So, first of all, could you provide a brief description of what the purpose of that survey is and what your expectations are for it?
Well, so you're talking, are you asking about the strategic
I'm talking
plan
about the
survey?
no, I'm talking about what I think that Ms. Lawrence described as the logic model survey to
Okay.
assess the state of counseling.
That is a survey that we have started piecing together, where we are beginning to come up with a common set of questions to go across both campuses, so that we're getting consistency in terms of having the same same questions answered in both places. We just began putting that together, I believe, this week. Is that? No, it's been. Okay, a couple months. It's the first I've seen of it. We've spent the last couple of weeks getting me into the meetings with the counseling staffs and up to speed on that. So that's what the survey is. We've added a couple questions, and I know we were working on a draft of it now. So it's very fresh.
That's terrific. I'm sure you're super busy. I hear. Have you considered the 2012 counseling survey? Those questions, are those going to be incorporated into this logic model? So will those questions will appear in this survey?
Yeah, the survey that we developed is a fairly short survey. I think at this point it has 15 questions. We just added a few, so I think we're probably up to 15. We want it to be something that students can fill out fairly quickly without, because we survey our students quite a bit. And we took most of those questions from Kay Loon's survey, the survey that I think that you're referring to, and we divided it up into the 3 areas: social, emotional, academic, and then college and career. And so our interest is in using those questions, melding them with our logic model, and having one survey that is administered to all students, 9th through 12th grade, and that we can use to look at outcomes at the 2 high schools in areas in which we might want to focus more deeply.
On the GAC question that Ms. Emberling raised, one of the recommendations was for expanding Titan 101 to sophomore, junior, and senior years. What's the status on that recommendation?
Sure. Thank you for bringing that up. One of the things you heard me mention earlier is we are looking at our bell structure to create time for it. We are handicapped at our school that we are limited on having any kind of set time for non-academic group meetings for students. For example, when we've done Titan 101, we have had to take sometimes away from tutorial time, which is not what we want to do. Sometimes we can use Thursday afternoons, but that could be department meeting times. So now we're taking teachers away from that. So one of the goals is when creating and taking a look at our bell schedule, finding ways we can restructure it to allow for us to have these times, which are priceless as far as getting a block of time. And I look at Pally, I believe you have, was it, Kathy, 35 minutes basically each week that you can have students meet in non-academic settings so you can deliver a lot of these important services. So absolutely, this is something we're looking forward to implementing and being able to expand what we're able to do currently, because right now we're sometimes feel like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul to find times for just housing the Titan 101 program.
So one of the goals of the Creative Bell Scheduling Committee is to create opportunities in the schedule.
Oh yeah, I mean, because we look at it twofold. One of those things that also creates collaboration time for teachers who are meeting in departments. This could give an opportunity for whatever models are used as far as counselors delivering this time. Because the group settings have worked well. We've been very happy in being able to introduce more group settings. For example, something we introduced last year when the students do course registration, they're meeting with their counselor. So where before it was sort of scattered, we sent a bunch of kids to the library, there'd be a couple of counselors up there. You may have your counselor in front of you. The odds were maybe 50-50. Now every student, when they go to the registration session, their counselor is in the room with them. And so these group settings really make a difference. And we're just trying to find more ways we can do it. And we're handicapped. And it's one of those things in taking a look at our bell structure about what we can do to introduce more blocks of time.
Great.
So we can deliver a lot of it also for being able to deliver academic information and also what social emotional programs too.
Great. How much time do I have left, Ms. Caswell?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Mhm.
Right, very good.
4.5, but don't waste it on this kind of
have
talk.
to agree on how much time I have.
You have 4.5.
Okay, good. On SOS, first, do we have program evaluation of SOS at all? What's
as far as the students evaluating the program, or?
I'm just interested in, so we've been running SOS at Gun for, how long has it been now, Mr.?
It's going to be at least 5 years. I'm thinking at least since 2010 on that.
So do we have any measurement of its effectiveness?
Go ahead, you want to? Okay.
I'm not asking you to provide the data. I'm just interested in whether or not
we do. They actually have sent us several reports in terms of their outcomes, and we received one actually yesterday. We just didn't have a chance to look at it more clearly, but we can certainly share that out with the board at another time.
So what are the prospects for the adoption of SOS at Pally? What is the status of that process?
We're definitely in the exploration part. We have, our school psychologists are very interested in looking at it and implementing it, Pally.
So do you have a time frame on that process that you're in?
I don't, because we just started looking at it. We were, the school psychologist was just about to start really looking at it, and then we had our suicide, and that's kind of derailed it. So we're very early. I don't know if we can get it done by fall, but certainly by the next year.
Time check?
3 minutes?
Oh, 3.
3 minutes. I'll let you know.
On culturally appropriate counseling, and I see that Ms. Liu is here, I did have a few questions about, I would love to hear from Ms. Liu on what she has observed at ACCE about the specific needs of our Asian and Asian American students and how we can best meet them. Is that something that, I don't know if I can...
Do you want to just save that till once we've gone all the way around? And
round
then she can
2?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if I have something. So where am I at?
2 minutes.
We're good. 2 minutes? Okay, I'm good. I don't want to...
I'll let you know.
So let's go back to the Gun and Pally programs. So Pally doesn't have ROC, but you are considering friend to friend. Is that right?
Yes. Well, no, we're gonna implement it in advisory next year.
So how did you choose to do friend to friend rather than a program like ROC? I'm curious about these points at which we don't see commonality between the two high schools, whether that's a result of an evaluation process, or can you just explain that?
No, we haven't started ROC. We haven't had students that were particularly. We have a few students asking for it, not a lot. We haven't. It just hasn't been as much in the forefront as it is at Gun as a thing. Friend to friend, Linda Lenoir sent us an email and said, hey, there's this new kind of app. It's not really an app. It's done on the computer. It's they have also at risk is what it's called for adults, and it's really a cool thing because what it is you have a virtual conversation. So you for the at risk one, it's 3 student profiles. They tell you all about the student, and then you go through a conversation with that student. So you have choices of, are you going to ask a question? Are you going to reflect back? You can ask the question and you get a response from the student, and then you can either go back and try a different question if you didn't like what happened, or you can move on in the conversation, and then at the end it asks you, is it appropriate to refer this student to a guidance counselor? Is it appropriate to walk that student to the guidance counselor right now? Or is this you're just building a relationship with the student?
Right, that makes sense.
And so essentially the student is, the friend to friend is having that role play conversation, where you get to try something and that student responds to you and get to practice that and just try different things.
So I just have one comment, and then I'll yield to Ms. Townsend, which is simply, and I look at TA at Pally and the benefits of that, and the struggles around counseling at Gun that we've had over the last several years, and the deep experience, it's unfortunately deep experience that Gun has developed with SOS and ROC. And I would just want to encourage the high schools. I know that you are working together, but it does seem as though we are missing some opportunities to take advantage of these depths of experience around implementation. We have these programs which are working extremely well in one high school. It would be really great to see them working well in our other high school as well. And not to discourage innovation, this sounds like a great program, but to really look at the opportunity costs of not sharing those practices. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Townsend.
These are all great comments. I'm going to very much focus on suicide contagion and suicide clusters, which your report doesn't directly address, but I think it fits very well under prevention strategies and programs. And it seems to me that the board and certainly the community, we've experienced at least 2 clusters, and actually I got on the board in 2003. One might have called 2002, 2003. This would have been our 3rd cluster now. And it seems to me, because of course we turn over so many staff and the community turns over, we're always at 101 when it comes to clusters and the messaging around them. And we'll talk more about it, but it came to a head again the other day in our session with Dr. Joshi and the crew, that the positive, well, first of all, blocking the path to suicide. Dr. McGee, you dealt with that right away, and I appreciate your dealing with that because I think it's critical, and our community thinks it's critical. So we're going to be talking about that at City School Liaison as well, and I know, Brenda, you'll be there. I don't know if Linda, you'll be there or not. But the second part of that is the positive messaging, and so great that the kids are here with ROC and SOS. But I'm wondering about positive messaging, not only by the media, and there was a great article, Sharon Noguchi wrote it, and Laura. Anyway, there was a great article that they wrote. It was all the key elements of an excellent article about, clusters, that the positive messaging, that this isn't the way out. There are absolutely ways to handle it. There's mental health underlying. You seek help. It was an excellent article. I'm wondering, and while that's outside, and I know we're going to have those conversations with the mini media again, internally, I'm wondering if we're having those conversations. Even communications from teachers to teachers, superintendent to teachers, board members to whomever. The media isn't someone else anymore. The media is us. And frankly, I'm not sure I see as many positive messages coming through as I think maybe we should. So I'm going to put that out there as I certainly watch my own writings, but I'm wondering if we can come up with some commonalities about that positive messaging, and that there are no simple solutions. And we sometimes some of the communications seemed a little mixed. They seem like long-term solutions, but if that doesn't happen, well, what then? Well, suicide is not a solution, and maybe some positive messaging around that. So I don't know if the kids will want to talk to that, but I know that's Sources of Strength and ROC as well, that positive messaging is so important. But I think it's also important within our school district from staff to staff, and so I'd like to you guys to talk about that. And particularly since we turn over so much, we have new principals, we have new superintendent, we've got new. So how do we create this continuity around this? With regard to one thing I have to say that I'm a little intrigued with, because I myself went offline for 4 days straight. I thought it was so negative. I actually was drawn to that terrible blog, and I thought I saw Chloe being attacked. I thought, I can't handle this anymore, and I went offline for 4 days. So when Mark brings up the notion of, creating some spaces on campus where we don't have continual electronics, you know what? I'm thinking, why not? I would love the kids to be involved in that discussion and see if maybe we can create blocks of time in which we're away from the communications, and particularly the negative ones. But you know what? We're pulled to those. They're so terrible. I mean, we are. So I want to give a nod to him and wonder if that's something that we might chat about. And I particularly want the students to be the ones to think about it, talk it through, and see. Maybe it will. I just know in my own household, I had to get away. I got out of town, no electronics. How are you guys dealing with this every day? So the last thing I want to talk about, oh no, I've got 5 minutes, I'm good, is relationships, is the whole relationship building. And in the session the other day, one of the professors, she wasn't a professor, yeah, maybe she was a professor, was saying, relationships amongst kids are important, and actually I think there were two presentations, and one wasn't necessarily there, again, the relationships with counselors that they didn't necessarily know. It was with their teachers, and it could be with the janitor, it could be with the staff member. So I'm looking at Meb back there who's talking, but I hope you're listening to me. But but listening is that back to the communications our kids have with everybody on campus, and it doesn't, and while we love the counselors, it's not maybe who they have the relationship necessarily. The librarian, we know people love to go to the library. We know they love the librarians. So what are we doing around, in terms of hiring? You know, I don't have the answer to that, but sometimes I'm thinking we just need more teachers in more classrooms, and it goes back kind of to Mark's point, is that the class sizes have to be smaller, right? So you have more staff so that more people. So I'm a little nod to that too, and in terms of our staffing, when we talk about getting the magic person, well, maybe it's not the magic person, it's the person that they're seeing all the time, and that might be a thought. The other one is in terms of relationships. This one was very concerned about the caretakers, very much concerned about the teachers. In her case, it was something else, but teachers, you know, how are you guys protecting yourself when there's an onslaught of just terrible criticism? And when I saw the kids in the newspapers, on the school newspapers, come to defend their school and their teachers and say, lay off, community, back off. How are you guys handling that? Is there anything formal that you're doing, or does it go back to the woman saying it's all about relationships, and you guys have personal relationships with other teachers, counselors, I mean, across? I'd like to know how you deal with that, and is it in a formal way or not? And if it is formal, I'm all for it. But I must say, I thought the kids did more good protecting their teachers in the schools than the rest of us all did. You guys were just fantastic. So I'm hoping you felt it too. With the last, I guess this is the last point. I have 2 points. I would like to have more data around our clusters. I'm getting data backdoor, and that doesn't work. And I know Chris is here. I'm so glad he is. I know for a fact that we have some people have done and I hate to use the term, but I guess it's the term of art, the suicide autopsies, which means psychological autopsies. And those really haven't, and we have to be very respectful of the families and everything, but I would like to see our data as compared to the county data, and I'd like to see it as compared to the national data, and I'd like to see the clusters broken out, because I actually know someone who did this, but it's not an official school thing, and I would like someone officially to look at it. People are saying, where are we? Well, actually, it was Sharon Noguchi's article who mentioned all the clusters, other places that clusters happen. How do we stop them? In Corcana, Wisconsin, or in Virginia, or in Texas. I mean, I have the list of them. Our community really doesn't have access to those. And I'm wondering if you, in that I think our community, while you're trying to do things internally inside the school, our communications with the community come back to our students. And I think we have to more formally give information to the community and to the press so that I know they're under deadlines, they don't have this information. So those are my big items, and we can talk about it later. Thanks.
Ooh, right underneath the wire. Okay. So my questions, first of all, go to our two students, and I'm sad that we lost a student just now walking out the door because I 3 would be better than 2. But what do you think are the programs that we're investing in right now that make a real difference to you and to the peers you know? And if we were going to invest in something, I mean, I already heard from your school president, right? He's school president, or is he class president? Student body president. But he thinks an investment in Camp Everytown or Camp Unity would be his longer term investment. What would yours be? And then, should you know what? In my 10 minutes, you guys can talk. How's that? To me, this is important to know what you think right now, short term, and then what we should invest in.
Something that I had mentioned previously at a school board meeting that I am a very strong advocate for in the reduction of mental health stigma is implementing an ACS mandatory check-in either once per semester or once a year. I think that if every student was required to check in with an adolescent counseling services member, that students would feel a lot more comfortable seeking help, both at Gunn and Pauli. And I think that if we have the funds, we should absolutely invest in getting more counselors, because every time I've gone in there for a friend or to try to get some questions answered, they're very booked and they're very busy. And I think we can find the physical space, but we really do need more people and manpower to be able to accommodate for 2,000 student check-ins.
So that's if we could invest in something.
Yes.
What today do you think is the most powerful thing going on campus?
So I think student government has the strongest impact. We meet 4 times a week. It's one of our class periods, and we do a lot of work in outreach and planning events. And I think that every student at the school can answer at least one thing that student government has done that has helped them. And I think that student government plays the strongest role at Gunn. And at Gunn specifically, we do have, I would say, a lot of power as students. And I think that's very valuable and very rare, because at my old high school in Texas, student government just made suggestions, but they had no power and they didn't put on any events. So I do think that student government is the strongest group.
Okay, well, I'm going to echo a lot of that, being that I think, given the funds, I think what we're hearing now, and it might be as a result of the recent tragedies, but kids are looking for counselors. You've heard horror stories of people not being able to even find a therapist outside of Gunn because they're all booked. But if there's any way we could get more support, whether that be ACS or guidance counselors, or find a way to offer that to our students, I think, I don't know if that's just this year, but I always have loved Danny's idea of making sure everyone can check in with an ACS counselor, and off of that, making sure that or at least having it be an opt-out option of having your parents sign the ACS agreement to allow you to get therapy, to maybe put that in like the beginning of the year forms or something, mail that off, make it assumed that that is signed, opposed to something which you have to bring to your parents. I always say remove all barriers that we can, and I think trying to promote a lot of our mental health services, whether it be at Gunn or the nationwide things, there's a crisis text line, and getting those numbers, things put up on our walls, make sure kids know that those are options. Those would be the things I would invest in. And what was the second one?
What do you think is the most powerful thing that's working right now, or that's happening right now on your campus?
Happening right now? Well, I think this will always be the most powerful thing, and that is our teachers and their love and dedication towards students. Teachers that will go above and beyond to make sure a student is okay. Will call students at 2 a.m. to see, because they weren't, or because a student had called them earlier in the night, make sure that kids are feeling protected, and I think our staff has done a great job of that. I know that's not in their job description, but I can say our staff has been wonderful. It's been a hard year, but I think that is what is making the biggest impact, and hopefully they will continue to do that.
Okay, so reflecting on that just a little bit, for us to think about as the adults that actually have budget to make decisions, is there a way to support teachers so that doing this isn't a hardship? And it doesn't have to be the incredible teacher that's reaching out, that every teacher feels like this is part of their job and they're supported to do it. Of course, it's good people do it, right? Good people do the right thing. But sometimes it helps to have some structure to help people feel supported in doing the right thing. We don't need to answer this tonight. This is a question I'm just asking. Something that came up, and now I don't remember what young person said this, but they asked how they could have feedback. What was the way that they could have feedback? And we said, I think Ms. Lawrence, you said, they can come talk to us. They can, and some students will, but probably the majority won't, because that's actually a big step to ask a young person to do. So if we thought about that and thought, are there some ways we could do that and just make it really easy? And, suggestion box. I know at one point someone told me that there was an email suggestion box, but then when I asked, well, if I email you, then it's not anonymous, so then you know who the suggestion came from. So just thinking about that and thinking about ways to make that easily accessible and not shining a light on the student necessarily, because for some students that's too hard to do. What's my timing? Okay.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. I know that Lucille Packard does a very good heart-to-heart program for 5th graders. They're looking at doing an 8th to 9th grade transition program for parents and kids. If we could get some of that help with creating one for ourselves, because that's going to be just like heart-to-heart. They'll only have, so many slots and only so many kids will be able to do it. But maybe that's something that we could collaborate with and bring over here. They also are working on a transition to college program for parents and kids on the soft transition issues. And I know that we could use some help with those soft transition issues. So Rose is like, I'm signing up. Okay. I feel like we made a huge commitment to developmental assets, and we all got trained, and I know I went around the community and I talked to community members about how this was really a scorecard on how we were doing, and we were going to continue to look at the scorecard, and we're going to invest in places where we were weak, and I feel like we completely have dropped it. So I'm asking later when you're answering questions, where is it? Why did we drop it? How do we look at that scorecard? Was really good for the community because it's really simple. Like, how many assets do we have out of 41? Oh, we have 25. Oh, well, we want 41. So how are we going to get up to 41? That was very simple. I have one more minute. Okay. I have gotten a lot of feedback lately that a lot of adults in our community, even though everyone seems so happy, go lucky, and successful, that a lot of adults in our community feel very isolated. And the isolation isn't, I have no friends. The isolation is, I have a problem, but I can't tell anybody because they won't think well of me, and then I won't have any friends. And this sounds like a middle school problem, but this is actually an adult problem. And I think it becomes even more isolating if you're first generation here, if you came to this country and your support network in your old country was your family, but you're here with just your spouse and your kids. And if parents feel isolated, our kids are going to feel isolated. And so I wonder, I'm looking at this wonderful list of parent education events, and I'm so impressed. You know, I've been with the PTA forever, right? And the PTA used to feel responsible for doing all of these, and look how much is going on as a collaborative now. What can we do about this isolation? How can we help? Because I think that's going to take on, that will move into the campuses for the kids if we can get that feeling of community here that people aren't feeling. And then my last thing before we go is, ACS is really good at a lot of things, but they aren't able to deal with eating disorders, which I know is a huge problem on our high school campuses, as it's a symptom of a problem. So you have somebody with depression or anxiety, and the symptom is an eating disorder. So what are we doing about that? Linda can answer that when we go. Oh, I guess we're at answer time, but yeah, let's go through the questions in the order they were asked, I guess.
Charles?
Sure, of course.
Let me take a look at some that were, I think I can work with. 8th, 9th grade transition. I think that's very critical. In the last couple of years, I've been very involved with that. I know both Pally and Gunn go to the middle schools to greet the students. And I know for the last 2 years, I've had the good fortune, actually the last 3 years, of meeting all the incoming 8th graders in small groups of roughly about 25 to 30, 35 students, go over the course registration, talk about what life's going to be like at Gunn, and give a beginning, a preliminary entry as far as maybe debunking some of the myths that they might have and all that type of stuff, and also going over some of the academic planning, and I think it's been very, very effective. And it's something, if there's ways we can expand, I think it'll be good. I really actually feel we do a very good job of transitioning students from 8th grade to 9th grade, because it starts with them in February of their 8th grade year in the 9th grade. And one of those things, and this, I don't want to go off too much on a tangent, I really want to see us do a stronger job of 9th to 10th grade. I think there's a real big area of need and offering more support services for 10th graders. Whether, you know, the idea of expanding Titan 101 when we have the time blocks that we can do it. You know, you heard me earlier talk about living skills. I think in a lot of ways, if there's a way we can find it to fit in the sophomore year, I know a lot of schools do it either in their freshman or sophomore year. I think it'd be really critical, because I know in living skills, I took a look at our numbers, and Kathy, of the approximately 200 students you have in living skills this semester, I think it's only like 49 are 10th graders, and at Gunn, it's 35. So very few kids are getting living skills on campus until their 11th or 12th grade. We do know a huge number of students are taking during the summertime. We've already talked about some of that.
Tom, can I jump in there real quick? Just on the 8th to 9th grade transition, I think the board is aware that we've had this 5th to 6th grade transition afternoon sessions for a number of years. And we realize there's a good benefit in that, and so we've scheduled at least one of those events to take place next year, where staff in the afternoon would meet to talk about students and talk about transition and support from 8th grade into 9th grade. So modeling that 5th to 6th grade conversation.
So, you know, we do exit interviews at JLS for 8th graders. Have we talked to 9th graders about what it was like going into 9th grade?
In the Titan 101, they've talked about it, and they've talked about how has that helped with their transition. So we have begun those conversations where that didn't exist a few years ago.
I think that asking the kids how it went, there's an enormous load to carry when you go into 9th grade, and the kids can hide it pretty well. But it would be good for us to ask.
And then a couple other ones touch on closing off on electronics. Yes, it's very difficult a lot of times to get away from electronics, and recently we've worked with Stanford in doing something about sleep and the impact on social media on sleep, and it's something I'd like to follow up more, and maybe there are things we could do, a cellular phone free zone or something on campus, because it just carries over in every aspect of the students' lives, and it also carries on to many, many hours late at night, and that's something, an area of interest to me that I'd like to pursue more. And then also something about how we're coping and the relationships. I think it's really important. It is critical that we do develop more systems so we can safeguard, we can have areas where we know all students are having certain touch points and all that. At the same time, the relationships are very important. Whoever that trusted adult is, and working with the students. I know for myself, in a lot of ways, how coping, one of the great things for me is getting out around campus as much as possible, because we're all in it here because we love the students. It's a real big part of our job, and I know for me, as far as part of coping, is just getting to work with all the students, and so it can mean different things to different people, but I really think what has been always a strength of Palo Alto has been the strong relationships we've had, and so what I'd love to see is the best of both worlds. We put more systems in and keep those strong relationships going. And then the final part, I will touch a little bit. I know GAC report and about the academic, the full curriculum. We have, I really feel, in the college career part done very well with the students meeting with their regular counselor and also the College and Career Center. We also do a lot of four-year academic planning with the students throughout the years. The one area, and Kathy and I, we meet monthly, and we're talking about how do we best deliver social emotional learning. And that is an area that both Pally and Gunn are committed at taking a look at ways, what are really good programs we can do to develop the social emotional learning. You heard me earlier talk about living skills, and yes, we can incorporate some things with living skills, work with them, but also as counseling departments, how can we deliver models that will work effectively to improve the social emotional learning aspect. And I know Kathy and I, as I said, are committed to working on that and crafting programs that will help all of our students in the years to come. Right.
So I'll answer a couple of questions as well, and then we'll go around. I'll start with just the attendance committee has concluded their work together and is now working on a a set of recommendations that they would like to propose in terms of attendance. And when I think about attendance, I think of it more broadly as connection. If students are not at school, then they're not connected. There's something going on there. And so how do we engage and connect our students back into school earlier and more effectively? Interestingly, we did have our social worker over the summer, last summer, meet with students and talk with them about what's going on with them in terms of why they're not attending school. And students shared some really interesting things with her, including the fact that there are no consequences for not attending school. They said, you send us a letter and you say, you need to come to school, and then they kind of get, that kind of catches their attention, and then they come back, and then they realize after they miss a few, we send another letter, and then after the third, fourth, fifth letter, they're not as compelled to think that there's going to be some outcomes around that. And so that's something that students did share with us that I think is really important, as well as the fact that they felt as if going to school wasn't really important, that often that as long as their grades were kept up and as long as the GPA was high, that people didn't really seem to think that school was that important, as long as those other components were maintained. So it was really interesting just getting some initial feedback. And Sula is been leading our attendance initiative along with others, and so we hope to have a more full report to you before the end of the year. So the other piece that I would address right now is the conversation about our mental health services at the secondary schools. We have heard, and I have had many conversations with ACS around the fact that they're often full, they're completely full as far as mental health services within the first few months of school starting. And that's something that we are having conversations about in terms of both looking at how ACS is providing services on our campus and looking at having a more school-based model. What they're providing right now is more of a clinical model where they see students for long periods of time. And so if you see students for long periods of time, then the following year you check in with them and they still need support, they're automatically absorbed back into ACS. And so we're looking at shifting that model for next year, where we're really doing short-term school-based counseling, which is, I think, more of an appropriate model for schools. We're also looking at expanding our 3-session referral program to include more second language speaking therapists, and making sure that we have availability. That has become a real area of focus for us, especially in light of the suicides that we had recently, and we needed to refer students out and making sure that we had appropriate numbers of therapists who could absorb the students. And then the third piece in terms of looking at counseling for next year is how do we start to refer students out sooner and involve parents in those conversations? Because if a student really is struggling with a serious mental health issue, I think that we do want to include families early on, and we do want them to be connected to their primary care physician and if they're a Kaiser patient, for example, they ought to be connected with Kaiser. So there's lots of different things that we're looking at, different elements that we're looking at in terms of counseling for next year. The idea about having every student check in with an ACS counselor is a great idea. I don't know how we would make that happen right now, given the limitations of in terms of capacity and whatnot. But I think that it's something we should continue to explore, because what I hear is that people want to check in. So how do we offer a check-in through different means? So the conversation with ACS is continuing in terms of helping us to understand what we really need at our school sites. The other piece that got brought up, the other topic that got brought up quite a bit was destigmatizing utilizing the services, because what I've also heard is, do we just continue to bring more services on if certain groups, certain students don't feel comfortable utilizing services on our campuses? And so what might be some other ways to make sure that students have access without having it to be an on-campus experience, but rather that it can also be an off-campus experience? I think that's a big topic. It's a culture shift that we're really hinting at in terms of the destigmatization. With that being said, I think SOS is part of what their work is to destigmatize mental health on a peer-to-peer level. I think that's really powerful. PSN is also looking at different ways that we can destigmatize at a community level. And the other thing I would mention is I did have some conversations with the Pally and Gun parent reps for the Chinese parent groups around how might we approach this conversation about access to mental health in a more culturally sensitive way. And they had incredible feedback on different ways that we could think about offering services. And so that is something that we're continuing to really explore more deeply. Trying to look at what else was. Yeah, okay.
Good evening. You might have to time me because my head has been swirling this whole time. So, just let me know when I've said enough. So I want to make just a couple of comments on some of the things that have already been said, and then make some comments in particular about the Living Skills class. So first of all, just in terms of attendance, I just want to echo what Brenda was just reporting out. For years, I think that we have wanted to look at attendance. I'm really happy this year that we did have a committee ongoing, because for me, making home visits over the years, I have seen clearly that oftentimes when a student is not coming to school, it's not the stomach ache or the headache, but it's a lot more that's involved. So I think that it's really good that we're finally have this committee, and that we are looking at when teachers take attendance, and that they are all taking attendance, and consequences of when students are not at school. So I think that's really, for me, really important. And I think that we really need to address that starting at elementary school. Because it's not okay for an elementary school student either to stay home for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months either. So I think that it's a really good thing that we're addressing that. As far as ACS, I want to address that just really quickly. Originally, years back, having been here 25 years, originally the model was more, as Brenda was trying to point out, that it was for actually more social groups rather than one-to-one therapy. So therefore, by about the first month now, over the last number of years, they're full, which doesn't serve us too well. And so I think that we do need to look at a different model, or we need to look at different other agencies, which we have plenty. Aki sitting here as being one that has offered for years actually to come up to our territory. This is nothing new. Michelle has been really working on trying to get into our schools for a very long time. So I hope that that's one organization. There are a number of organizations. We now actually have a collaborative of Asian organizations who are working together, and that's headed by Dr. Steve Adelsheim. And that's how we put together so quickly the event last night, which we had. The Haymarket was full, and thank to you who came last night. But it was a really great event, and thank you for coming, Ken and Terry and Melissa. And of course, Michelle was there. But that was put together over 2 days, and that's because we had this collaborative group who really came together very quickly. Looking at living skills really quickly. Yeah, so looking at living skills really quickly. So I know that many of you know that I taught that course for about 6 years. And then helped to put it together at the high schools presently with the present teachers. One of the main issues that I see with living skills is that it needs to have its own steering committee. It should not be housed in social studies, and I don't think you'd have anyone on that. So thank you, Kathy, for shaking your head in agreement with me. I don't think anyone in the social studies steering committee would disagree. And certainly the living skills teachers have asked for years if they could have their own committee. Number one problem. Then they could have their own budget. They could have some staff development. They'd have some freedom to be able to get the materials and things. I mean, over the years, I don't have a budget, but out of the things that I have, I've asked for money for them to be able to do certain things. I have provided videos for them and other materials over the years. So I think that that is a huge issue, that they could have some staff development time to really regroup, even in thinking in terms of, do we want 1 semester, do we want 2 semesters, do we want a full year? And actually, alcohol and drugs is reviewed in there, and there's a whole list of things that they review. But more importantly, I think, to get to Heidi's point, a couple of years ago, we did do the e-chug program, and I think that was primarily at Pally. I'm not sure that Gunn ever ended up doing it. This year, both schools were offered the program. Unfortunately, for whatever reasons, it didn't happen. And so I think, though, that Pally, once again, is going to try to bring it back and incorporate it into the class, which is a great program. And I think that Becky Beacom from Palo Medical, because Palo Medical has it on their online, is helping them incorporate that program. And so I think that'll be a really good thing that the living skills teachers are working with her to try to get that back into the program. It's a great survey, and it's really well established. So they are covering drugs and alcohol in that program, and I think if they included e-check, it would even be better. Also, in terms of social emotional programs, I think that there's been a number of offers, and some of our schools have taken it up, of bringing meditation, bringing mindfulness to campus, both for staff and for our students. Palo Medical Foundation actually has taken a lead over this past year in bringing in many of their staff and people to do these sorts of things. So I think that that would not be difficult for us to, in some way, at lunchtime, after school, as a club. If we can't fit it into a class, certainly there are plenty of people, even the YMCA has talked to me about it, of being able to bring in these resources. So I think that we could easily do that. Let's see, which one? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll have to come back. All right.
Okay, my turn. We had a question about four-year guidance curriculum and how close are we to have that. We have one, and it's reviewed every single year based on the feedback from the TA and the students that we get, and it's adjusted, what's relevant, what's not relevant anymore. So it's there, and we've been working with Gunn so that, again, we're getting more and more aligned with what we're doing. There was another question about coaches and QPR training and bullying prevention. All the coaches at Pally and Gunn, I believe, are QPR trained. That's part of their hiring. And so they do that, and they also have to do a national coaching training also, which, although it's not exactly bullying prevention, it does talk about hazing and appropriate behavior, and so it does cover that piece of that. Again, it might not be labeled that, but it does cover that, because hazing is a form of bullying, and it is illegal. What else has been asked? I believe Ms. Townsend talked about positive messaging and internal communications, and I think right now where we are is as we get more and more embedded into challenge success, that's going to help with that type of positive messaging that we have. And again, as Gunn brings it on board, there's another chance for us to collaborate on how we are making those communications and giving that positive messaging. There is a positive psychology class at Gunn, and it is going to be offered not this fall, but the following fall at Pally. So that will also go there. What else was in here? There was a question about how we are coping with the negativity. And I think that it is painful to have all that. On the other hand, we have strong relationships within the school. The students have strong relationships. The teachers have strong relationships. And the admin, counseling staff. And so it's this network of support for each other. And it really, you can see it when tragedy strikes or crises happen. Did you want to say something, Tom?
Do that.
Okay.
And I just think in a lot of ways, I know in Pally it's embedded in their WASP report. And Dr. Herman, I want to commend her for the great work she's done, because she said coming in new and having an opportunity to do a study of a school in a lot of ways is a great opportunity. And it's been fantastic having a fresh set of eyes, taking a look at things. We're embedding the social emotional in part of our action plan, bringing back challenge success. So it's becoming part of the school culture in a systematic way. And I think with the great relationships we have, it will continue. And just the design of the Wellness Center, having a fresh set of eyes coming in, and the work that she's done on the Wellness Center, and being able to bring in these resources. So we're destigmatizing the mental health aspects, because it's one of those things, we are at a point now, and there's not every kid, but most kids now feel much more comfortable about referring a friend. And in a lot of cases, we have kids referring themselves. and that did not exist when I first started here. So I think there's been great strides, and the partnership we have and Gunn and Pally working together, I think we're going to make some really great inroads, which will help the kids at both schools, which in a sense will help our entire community.
I just I wanted to do just a check-in. So it's almost 10 o'clock, and I think we've gone through a number of questions. I know one of the board members had a different approach. If we're going to get more questions, or do you want us to? How are we doing? Do you want us to keep going?
So what I would like to have, I'd like to allow Ms. Liu to come up and talk about some of the things that she suggests. I would like somebody just to answer this developmental assets question, and then I'd like to go around and see maybe. Do you think we could do 20 minutes and be done? I don't know how people feel in terms of their list of questions.
People would be exhausted.
Okay. All right. Why don't we do that? And let's have a motion to extend the meeting just now so we don't have to interrupt her.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I move that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak. Asian Americans for Community Involvement, ACI, is again a nonprofit organization. We've been providing mental health services since 1976, and our staff speak 40 different languages and dialects. We've been working informally with the district over the last several years, and especially in this last academic year, providing our mental health clinicians at the school sites and at various forums, including last night's forum at the Haymarket Theater. And I'm not sure how the school board members felt, but I was kind of blown away at the turnout last night on very short notice. To have the theater full shows the interest in the community for culturally competent services. What we're hearing and seeing from the community is that the demographics of Palo Alto have changed, and the mental health services might not have kept pace. I think adolescent counseling services is fantastic, and I think there is room for more services from different providers. We're also hearing a strong interest in more culturally competent services, not only for students, but also for parents, and especially Mandarin services for parents who are more comfortable, as Melissa said, speaking their first language. The other thing that we heard a lot last night, and that we've heard in various conversations, is there's tremendous stigma still about mental illness in the community, especially so in the Asian communities. And one of the things that we look forward to talking with staff about is whether the 3-session counseling sessions are appropriate for some Asian families that may take at least 3 sessions to start opening up and talking about their issues with a counselor. So we look forward to working with the district staff. We will be putting together a formal proposal for the district's consideration.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that you still live in the community and you care about us up here. If my developmental assets question is too long, I can take it in writing.
I think Ms. Carrillo has a response to that.
Oh.
Before we do that, did you have any questions for Danny? This is 10 o'clock.
Does anyone have Danny questions?
No, thank you for coming.
Can I just address Mr. Dauber's point about Rocket Poly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you
Please,
come to
thank
the... Just come to Dr. Young's microphone.
So, as some of you might know, I actually spent close to 2 years with Mr. Paul Dunlap, who is the rock advisor at Gunn, working with some adults at Pali and a student at Pali who is now an alumni, trying to implement Rock at Pali. And I think one of the things that was lacking and the reason it didn't really catch on was the lack of urgency 2 years ago. And I think that I would be more than willing again to try. I think there's a stronger sense of urgency now, unfortunately, at Pali. And I just wanted to explain, though, that of course Rock is a student-run group. We have an adult advisor who is there for guidance and other adults who can give us advice. But the only way to have a successful club is to have members show up at each meeting and be willing to come and spend lots of time making posters and doing trainings and going through activities. And I think that was the biggest disconnect at Pali. And just to answer your question as to why Rock hasn't been implemented at Pali. And lastly, I do think that it's a lot stronger and more impactful when it is carried by students. And I think that if an adult just tried to walk into Pali and make this a mandate, it would have some very negative feelings around it, just with my experience of things that have been mandated by adults at Gunn.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. I appreciate that.
So I think I can answer your question about developmental assets with some information. I don't know that developmental assets has been dropped. We still continue to have a contract with Project Cornerstone, and we've had that contract now for a number of years to really work with our schools to promote the idea of developing assets in young people. In fact, we just had the developmental assets breakfast last week, and one of our schools was nominated, and one of our principals was nominated for their work around developmental assets. So it's still very much in place, and I would say our elementary schools tend to embrace developmental assets in a different way than our middle schools and then our high schools, and so it's much more evident, I think, at the elementary level, and then a little bit. I'd say at the middle school level, it kind of shifts in terms of some of the strategies that they use. But essentially, all of our elementary sites are utilizing developmental assets. Even if they're not working directly with Project Cornerstone, that work is still very core to what they do. I do have a report. I believe at the last board report I shared out some information on what we have accomplished with Project Cornerstone. So I can certainly send that back around so that folks can take a look at it to see where we are with the work. I do think it can be improved. I think there's more that we
so
can
maybe
do.
this is just a communication issue, but I felt like I really knew like what our temperature was, and now I don't.
The temperature only gets updated every 5 years. The survey, the
right.
scorecard only comes out every 5 years, and
That's right.
unfortunately in the county, it's been,
A school district can choose to do it more often.
yes, but we chose to do it every 5 years.
Well-
And so there wouldn't be, it's not going to be every 6 years.
Okay, so we probably don't need to go into this level of detail. You heard my feeling on this. Why don't we do a quick go around here, see if people still have, we have one card, but why don't we go around here on the board first?
I just really appreciate your responses. Thank you so much.
I don't have any further questions.
I would like to follow up on the question that Ms. Liu raised. A couple of questions. One of them is the 3 versus 6 issue. Are we working to expand that back to 6, or what is our current status on that?
Well, we call it 3-session referral for short, but it also is called 369 session referral because there are opportunities for students to be seen for a longer period of time.
So there was only 27 referrals.
Right.
Is that this year to date? Is that correct?
That's to date.
Why is the number so low?
Well,
You pointed out that it had fallen substantially.
right. It was like 70, I believe 71
I think.
last year, and this year it's, and I'm not sure exactly why those referrals have fallen. I have heard anecdotally that some of those providers were full, and so again, we're expanding that list to include more providers to ensure that when we need to make those referrals that folks actually have openings. So that may be part of it, but I haven't done a complete analysis of why that might be, and it may be that we may get more. That number, I'm sure, to 27 will continue to rise between now and the end of the year, so it may not be such a big gap.
And I also wanted to underscore the point that Ms. Liu made about the real hunger for parent education. I think generally, but particularly in the Asian and Asian American community, given the impact of the student losses in that community, and I want to appreciate Ms. Lenoir's work on all of these parent education meetings, but clearly there is a very large unmet demand
That's right.
for that, for those services, and I think that's particularly true in the Asian American communities, as I've seen. On the Camp Everytown, Camp Unity, there's a lot of interest, obviously, in expanding those services. At the youth forum that Dr. McGee and Ms. Caswell, Peyton Caswell, and others attended, many of the students talked about the virtues of those programs. What are the prospects for expanding those services so that we're not kind of rationing them to a few students? And who? That's a larger
great
question.
yeah.
But how do we?
I sat here and I'm like, if we did a quarter of the student population every year, you're talking about $350,000. It's not.
Right.
I mean, it's certainly something that if we thought it was important enough, it's not undoable, I think.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know the capacity.
Seems
Let's
like
have
it's in
them
the-
answer a question. I don't even
Yeah,
know
okay.
what the capacity of the camps are, but I think Kathy knows something about it.
The big thing is money. The other thing, though, that I would say is that it would be nice for it to be available to all students who want to go. It is not appropriate for every single student, so you can't mandate students to go. It is not a good experience for all kids. And so I think there has to be some kind of realization. And the reason is that it's, having been there, it's very intense, it's very emotional, it's exhausting, and for some kids, it's too much. For many, many kids, it's the single most exciting thing they've done in high school, too. So it's one of those things that I think if students want to go, it's absolutely would be awesome.
I'll echo that. I've gone 4 times, and if we could create an environment where every kid who wanted to go, I think that'd be fantastic. Because just everything Kathy said, it's very intense, but it's incredibly rewarding. But it's just like, if I know some kids, I wish I could go, but I've never been nominated, or I didn't know I could nominate myself. And so if we could get the word out, if we had the funds to do it, and we could work with the camp, I'm sure they would host us. It would be great if every kid who wanted to go could go.
I think it would be helpful, and I know there isn't time, but I suspect that Mr. Bloom would be a great informant on this question about what it is that kids are looking for when they talk about what a great experience Camp Everytown was. That is, there's clearly some unmet need. Perhaps that particular vehicle is too expensive or whatever, or not appropriate. But I wonder what it is that is causing such a strong response from students.
Okay. I think that one of the largest changes that happened at Camp Everytown, which is now called Camp Unity, was simply this idea that we decided to bring these leadership and the social justice pathway kids to camp as a cohort. What that did, in my experience, was allow them to be already connected when they come back to camp. What you noticed when I forgot his name and I apologize, the student body president from Gunn said is that, say it again?
Arun.
Okay. When they come back, kids both feel a sense of isolation because they connected with people, but then they're not connected when they come back, and their lives are full. There's lots of kids who choose not to go because they've chosen to take 5 APs or 6 honors classes or a full load and a 0-period class. I'm being a little facetious here, but we have a lot of trouble in this community to limit choices. And when we talk about choice, we need to really talk about a serious choice from an economics point of view, which means is that each choice requires a sacrifice. And as we are teaching our students, we're teaching our children, teaching our board members, teaching our teachers, teaching our superintendent, that with choice comes sacrifice, and that as we weigh those choices, we need to weigh what are the benefits that we gain versus the costs we're willing to, the costs that we are willing to, the costs that we are willing to bear. The idea that choice doesn't come with a cost is something that is a very, very difficult piece to get across in Palo Alto. And so what kids realized when they go to Camp Everytown is that they sacrificed a lot in time and energy and sleep. And what they got in return for that was an affinity, an ability to connect with people in a way that they perhaps had not experienced before. And I think those are those kinds of conversations that we have in small groups, that we have in pathway-like programs where we can develop kids over a series of years and build relationships in both among students and between students and staff. It's a really difficult process, and I think that's the struggle. It's also not for everybody, and then to look for what is the alternative, I think, is that next piece. I look to the kids that are coming back from these programs to say, is that what is it that we can do for everybody? Mm-hmm. What else can we offer? Just what we were talking about, what they're doing with the wall, where'd he go? The appreciation wall, yeah, the staff appreciation wall at Gunn in the Not in Our Schools. Who are the people you trust? Who are the people you can go talk to? Because, again, we need to work on this communication. We need to build a relationship with students so that they're not afraid to come talk to me about the way I scored their essay or their exam, and that they don't feel intimidated. There's nothing more crushing for a teacher, from my experience, to have a student tell me, I am afraid of intimidation, or to have a parent tell me, I'm afraid of retaliation for my child. That, I think, is a serious, serious issue that we really, that is unsort of spoken.
Thank you very much. Let me just finish one.
So, I just want to time check. We're going to spend 5 more minutes on this topic.
Yeah, and I'm not going to, I actually just have, I want to underline.
Oh, you do.
Well, I asked the right guy the right question. I could see that. I want to underline, I think we really should be looking at ways that we could get the benefits of this, so I hope that Dr. McGee is listening to that point. I do have a suggestion, not to speak about tonight, but, and I think that Ms. Townsend raised this issue, and I think it would be worth some focus directly, which is what can we do and what are we doing to support staff members through this? I know that I've actually asked principals that question, and I think that they have been too busy taking care of students to to really give that a whole lot of thought, but I would really like us to focus on the question about how can we support teachers and staff members as they deal with the struggles of this year. I think that we're focusing a lot on students, which is appropriate, but I would really like to hear some focused discussion of that.
So maybe we can get some report back on that in writing in the weeklies and stuff. Since
I would appreciate that.
Sounds good.
Sounds like that's important. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Townsend.
Yes, this is Dr. McGee. With regard to budgets, I mean, bringing class sizes down in the high schools always is one of those things. I know we have all kinds of programs, and there is a choice about what we, but, you know, bottom line, I keep hearing that teachers and their students, that's key, but also those additional people who work on the school buses and the janitors and everybody. So the other thing is, just a final question, where do I go to get the data on the suicide clusters? Who is the holder of this kind of data, or is there anyone?
Good question.
So Shashank took the lead a couple of years ago on psychological autopsies. And I know that there are certain things that probably he could release. I know that there are other things that the parents, when the reports were put together, did not want to release because they felt it was too private. So I think that probably we could ask him if there's anything that we could release at this time.
Okay, Dr. McGee, I really need to understand our condition. And I need to know it as compared to the county, and I need to know as compared to the nation. And our community is asking me, I suspect the others are getting, is that where is this in the range? I need us to collect this. Or I tried to find with the county, someone seemed to suggest they knew something, but it seemed somewhat informal. I'm looking to you to help.
I can answer a little bit of that right now. We've actually used the Center for Disease Control data on one hand, and I will have that. I was actually going to talk about that at PTA tomorrow because we do have a data sheet from them. Dr. Morton, that's his first name. I'm blanking on.
Silverman.
Oh, who presented? He was the first presenter, the 8 a.m. presenter. He had some terrific data. So on my weekly, I'm going to send him a little summary, and his whole slide deck had some significant data on that. I know that our Santa Clara Health Department wants that. But I was sharing some of that data with Caltrain again today. So I know we do have some from the county. But we'll work with Shashank. I think maybe Linda wants to add. But right now, I think the Center for Disease Control and then some and what was his affiliation?
I'm trying to think what group he was from, but I think what would be really helpful is the intervention group for Santa Clara County and Mental Health Board.
Right.
She has collected a lot of data for like Saratoga all the ways up, that if you'd like to compares some of the local communities.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can give you her name later, and she could. She already has a whole presentation, a whole that she
Sure.
could probably share with you on that.
And so one thing that was a real aha takeaway for me from that presentation was that it was something just over half of the deaths by suicide occurred within 2 weeks of a precipitating event. There was some life crisis, most of that involved an intimate partner. I think they talked about for kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but we don't have that kind of data in the county. I mean, I think it's important to know when we're talking with parents, we're talking with teachers, we're talking with peers. But I don't know how we get that comparative data. But I think there's some just good, sound, basic data in those presentations to share in a wider range.
So we'll look to you to provide us.
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Townsend, do you have any other?
No.
I just have one question. I think both high schools are the same size, pretty much, approximately. So Hallie's spending $200,000 more than Gunn on these kind of programs. And that seems unbalanced. So I'm not going to ask for an answer here, but I'd like to figure out how to balance that out. And I don't think sinking boats is a way to balance things out. So we do have one card, Srinivasan Subramanian.
Hi, thank you for giving me the chance. I want to first apologize for sending a harsh email to you about the messaging, but that's what I'm going to talk about. I mustered some guts to actually come and say that here after I heard Ms. Baden Caswell mention about first-generation immigrants, parents feeling left out too. That is real, by the way, and I have experienced that. It's not easy for me to come up here.
Mhm.
I do this so that I set an example for the next generation, for others. You know, in those meetings, they clearly said this is not a sub-community or an Asian American community issue. And I've heard Dr. Joshi mention that too. This is a general issue. And we heard Aki, you know, she also mentioned there's a tremendous stigma associated with it. Now, they're all good people. There's a lot of services going on, and we need all of them to help with this. However, messaging is very important. I was deeply affected by the message about this workshop that was held yesterday, because I didn't see the email, but I was actually approached by another parent who went on complaining about Asians pressuring their children and causing stress without really understanding the facts. And actually that made me, you know, when I looked at the email and I was wondering, you know, if I sent an email out saying building math and science skills for non-Asians, how will that be received?
Right.
So we have to be sensitive about this. You know, you're all doing good things, so don't take me wrong, but it's very important because that's what sends us back into our shells. We don't want to come and talk. So you need to engage us and have small community. If I were to send something for Indian community, I'm not going to broadcast to the entire community. You know, there are groups, there are mailing lists. I'll just mail it to them. So I actually went to CDC, and all the data is there. Asian American is not the top. So after seeing that, I did all the research. It's a myth. These are all the myths. So we need to be careful. I'm glad you mentioned CDC. The data is out there, although that's from 2005 to 2009. They don't have the current data, but it's all nice, easy graphs. You can just click. It's very accessible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go to our next topic. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so
for,
much.
Obviously, we have a big appetite for this.
We have our Pally librarian here.
Okay, you want to do that first?
So can I
Rachel is like, hey, could we do that?
Yeah.
Would that be okay? to do
Yeah.
that? Go ahead.
Can I move
Heidi has
to,
something to say.
Wait, I'd like to say something
Okay,
first before you
say
move
something.
something, if that's okay. All right, so to my fellow board members, we talked in January about our goals and our protocols, and we all made a commitment to end our meetings by 10 because we're not useful later into the night. And we haven't been able to do it since January. And we were getting pretty good at it for a while, but we haven't ended anything before 11 at the earliest. We have 2.5 hours of a timed agenda left. I mean, if you look at this timed agenda. And this goes back to a process question that Ms. Baton-Caswell and I and Dr. McGee will have to talk about in terms of agenda setting, because none of these items were on the agenda that I saw.
They were, though.
Anyway, so we did this last year. When we get to this sort of point, we need to decide what we're going to drop. And we need to decide what we can do in 40 minutes, and if it's just the next item or the library item or whatever, then that's what we need to do. But I really urge us not to get in the habit of putting too much on the agenda so that because we can't have productive conversations after 11.
So I agree with you, but you were in agenda setting with me.
I know.
So,
but these little items were
they
not
were
there.
they were all there. We gave them all 5 minutes or something. So,
Okay, well, we didn't do timed agenda when I was there, but whatever.
okay. So I move that we move the library item to the next item, and after the library item, we can talk about if there are things we can drop. How's that, Ms. Emberling?
Which one's the library item?
It is item
Oh, D.
D.
Okay, I see it.
And this has budget implications, and we have,
I'd just like to know if there's anything, aside from the library, that is critical to be decided tonight.
so the program additions is a 2-meeting. If you want to waive the 2-meeting rule, we would like to get that approved so we can get those posted. Every extra session, we put that out. The other option is to have a special meeting between now and April 21st, but you know, there's also that option.
And I don't want to waive the 2-meeting rule on the budget stuff.
So I would like to do that. The program additions, I think, is essential. The website, we could actually postpone.
Could we postpone the website? And I'm sorry,
Erica's
Derek.
going to die, but
So sorry,
but there are things we can do there by email. But I think the library design, the program additions are.
And I know
well,
there's site leases needs to
yeah,
be decided.
I mean, there's
those other
things like the
things we should be able
adopted
to
school
do.
calendar. We could waive a 2-meeting rule on that, couldn't we?
Yes.
Or we.
That was like a.
So that was my other question, is that there are so many of these little items that I think could be on consent, so we can bring it up during operations, but I think we need to talk about what can be a consent item and what can't.
Okay, I agree. That would be great.
Because
Yeah.
for little tiny things.
So
like that.
why don't we do those two things and then see, I mean, most of these things should actually be 5 minutes or less.
Yes,
If we
that's
can
what I
appoint
mean.
the auditors in 5 minutes, I don't know what the problem is there.
Yeah.
So
I have some questions about, no, I don't.
you and I will talk
It's going
separately.
to be a 45-minute item.
Okay, is that
So, that sounds good to me.
Okay,
So we'll
all right.
do those 2 items, and then we'll revisit.
speed dial on the
See
others.
if there's anything that has urgent. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Dr. McGee.
Okay, thank you. We thank you for staying, Rachel, our librarian, and Kim, our principal, and we have Bob, Tom, and I think we're our architect. I saw him here at one point. So the last meeting, or last time we saw this agenda item was for the design. Now we have the schematics, and I'm going to ask Bob to lead the presentation on this. We have exceeded our budget, so there will need to be at some point a decision on this or a vote on this, ideally at the next meeting. We can get the funds from the sweep. That's on a later agenda item, but nonetheless, we think that these additions are worth supporting. So, Bob, I'll turn this over to you, or maybe it's going.
Thank you.
So we have before you the schematic design. Actually, I had a nice slide that I'm going to skip, but the fact remains this is reading number 5 out of 11 in this project. And so this is the schematic design. We are going to be recommending, subject to the results of discussion at this meeting, 3 things. Number 1, that the board approve this schematic design so that we can move forward. Secondly, that the board allow a transfer of actually about $1 million to this project to accomplish the things that we really feel are very important to this building. We want this building to be the next, well, actually I shouldn't say the next one's the Pally Theater. The one after that is going to be the Gun Central building. But we wanted to follow the tradition of really excellent, high-quality buildings that we're putting on our campuses. And so, at any rate, we're going to be recommending that budget adjustment, and then also Irwin's contract, we do it phase by phase, and so we're recommending the next addendum to his contract that will allow him to proceed with design development and construction documents. So with that, first task is to review the schematic design. Irwin?
Good evening, everyone. So I don't remember the last time we brought this before you, but this time around we've spent a lot of time trying to go through and find ways that we could do the same thing a little less expensively. So let me go back and do just a little bit of history because it's been so long. Here is the original plan of the library. And you can see the library in the middle, embedded in the middle of this and building, this huge building with a lot of different support spaces around it. So what we finally settled on in terms of the programs within this building, and if you recall there was some juggling back and forth in different programs, but now we have the library itself, the student activities, instructional spaces, there's a staff collaboration space in there now, the computer lab and a flexible teaching space, which is kind of a maker space, the College Career Center and the guidance on one wing of the building, and some new staff and support spaces. The current budget was and is, and this is the project budget now, $9.35 million, and the proposed budget, which Mr. Hodges will talk about a little more, is $10.39. Here's the concept plan we brought in September and the plan as it is today. And the main difference, I'll just point out the main differences. Let me see if you can see this here. Is that in the library here, we switched around the areas between the office and the high-density storage area. We flopped these spaces here, which you saw here. And what that did is create a more open area to the circulation desk, and Rachel felt that the offices and workspace shouldn't take such a prominent space anyway. We've also changed the angle here in order to increase the size of the silent study area, and the silent study area is now enclosed. Originally we had a folding glass partition there to enclose it to make a flexible space, and through further discussion it was decided that it would probably be better just to make it a separate room altogether. So there is now a glass wall here with some double doors. Also, we made the collaboration meeting room here a little more regular in configuration, rectangular. It's a little more, probably a little more functional. What we did here in the gallery space, and this arrival space was large. We made that a little smaller by putting some of that area back into the activity space, and then what we tried to do is divide the gallery space up into kind of discrete little spaces as opposed to having a long corridor. And so the main features of this building, which are still features that we tried to, that were some of our goals in the beginning, is to have the library face on the quad so that there's views out to the quad and views into the library. Keep the gallery in the double height space so that we can play around with some of the sectionals qualities of it. Keep the glass areas and long views so that the building seems bigger. So you get the long views. There's a lot of transparencies. We still have the restrooms in the corner, which will help for students in the quad as well. In the guidance in the college and career center we have here, we combine their conference meeting area into one space with a folding partition. Turned out that the college career on a certain occasion needed space for 36 students, but not all the time. And so it made sense to create a room that could be shared and opened up, and guidance had their own separate conference room as well. So here's the space as it was in September, and here it is now. We've added some people to give it a little bit scale, but you can see the low area here, the high area around here. You can see the mezzanine here, the archival area here, the glassed-in silent study area here, and the entry, collaboration rooms, and the office moved out into this corner. From another angle, you can see the archival books up here on top of the mezzanine, which would be a big focal point of this elevation. You can see the circulation desk here, and you can see these planes that kind of define and segregate the gallery into separate spaces here. With the roof on, along the low area, you can see what is enclosed by the high space, and then you can see these areas that are dividing up that larger space. One of the things we did change was we regularized the skylights to make it a little less expensive, to put in a little less custom. So the other thing was initially way back in 2012, we had this concept of making a very transparent building. You see the building now, it's a very introverted building. And what we've done as we've developed the plan with Rachel is that with the counter spaces along the edges and bookcases, we've reduced the amount of glass on this side. So this is now the elevation as you see it from the quad. Schedule we're looking at, schematic design approval, going to DSA sometime September, October range, bid period July, August of next year, with completion in October 2017. All right.
Okay. Are we going to questions, or is there more?
I'm sorry. I was going to just, so just the two things. One on schedule. The timing of the schedule for starting construction dovetails with the completion of the Performing Arts Center. So our construction access to this project is basically going to go through the exact area where the Performing Arts Center contractor is now. So, you know, it's a pretty, I don't want to say a loose schedule, but the real driver to this starting construction is the completion of the Performing Arts Center. On the budget, just wanted to give you an update on where we are with that. I believe Irwin came back with an initial estimate based on his drawings. It was about $1 million in construction cost over budget, which would have translated to a much larger number for a project cost. So we went back, looked through the estimate without touching any program space, because that was something I think everybody agreed we did not want to do, and looked at how we could, maybe some of the assumptions that were made that could bring down the cost from that $1 million. Essentially, we brought down to about a $300,000 overage just by making two large decisions. One was the skylight change that he showed you, not having those big fancy skylights and not having to re-roof that whole section. That saved us probably $250,000. And then the other one was in the office areas. The mechanical engineer had assumed a separate unit for every single office so that they could control. And so we went back to guidance and counseling, asked them, could we group this and make it a more efficient, like, office environment? They said yes. So that saved us probably another $300,000. So we did bring it down really as far as we thought we could. The reason it went back up to $1 million was we wanted to include a furniture budget, which we did not have previously. So that was about $310,000. And then the balance of that to get up to the million is just our associated soft costs for design fees and other fees. So that's how we got to the number that we're asking for.
Oh, and while we're talking about that $1 million, that budget, where is this money coming from? Well, it's outlined in the following agenda item, but essentially we've closed out the old stadium field project, and then that was $300,000 from the classroom media arts building. As we said, that project did come in net after everything was said and done by $1.5 million, and so we got $1.5 million from there, and we got from our Haymarket and Tower Administration building budget, we got another $200,000, and so there is money available to do this. That said, we are going to be coming back. We don't have our numbers on the Pally Gym. We'll be coming back, and we'll be looking at that. But I guess in thinking about this, I really think first things come first. And this in particular instructional building is a centerpiece of the campus. Everybody thinks of a library as a centerpiece of learning, and therefore we believe this money should be allocated there.
Okay. Oh, you got another thing.
No, he said now we'll take questions.
Oh, now you take questions. Okay, let's start with Ms. Townsend.
If it were my choice, we would have started with the library years ago, but that's right. This is great. We're finally getting there. Just the one question was that there's less glass outside walls, so there's more room for stacks or books. Was that what you said, Erwin?
Yes, at the front facing the quad, one of those original images we had was full height glass, but with low bookshelves and those counters that we had where the kids can sit and look out and do their laptop, we've brought the window sill up, as you can see in the photo there. So it's about 4 feet, 40 inches to 48 inches. So that helped reduce some of the glass area there.
Yeah. Well, I have no questions. It's just so exciting. I'm so delighted. Thank you for all the hard work and all the iterations, Kim and Rachel. It's great. Everybody. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Emberling.
Just a question. When we did the Media Arts Center and actually all these construction projects, do they always include a furniture budget?
Yes, what we're doing is we're funding furniture out of these project budgets, directly out of them. And so we're putting them in the budget and paying for furniture that way.
Okay.
But that wasn't your question. Was it always in the budget?
Yeah, was it always in the budget, or is this an addition?
No, it wasn't in the original number when we did the master planning. That wasn't the plan. We had the separate fund, but since then we made the change for media arts to go ahead and fund furniture and equipment because there was really no other source to fund a building those size. In this case, a lot of the furniture equipment is being reused, I should say, that they just recently bought. So a lot of the cost of this furniture is for the new office furniture going into guidance and counseling. There are some, like the soft seating, I believe, in the library. So it's about half the library furniture, but then a lot of the other office space also that we can't reuse what we have. We'd be putting crummy furniture in a brand new building.
Oh, we can't do that.
Well, we want to do that.
No. Okay, I was just wondering if just as a general policy, we always think about our furniture needs at the same time that we're designing our budgets and planning our construction. Good, thank you.
Are we required to have gender-neutral bathrooms on campus? And do we have them already? And will the library bathrooms be that way?
Yes, the library does have a set off of the gallery space in the north side. It's right. Let's see.
Those are labeled as staff bathrooms, aren't they?
Well, see, there's a cluster here, and there's staff bathrooms here, but there's this one here that's opened out, not into this vestibule, and that one can be used as the gender neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dauber?
How long will the library be under construction?
A little more than a year.
And so what's the plan for the students' use of that?
You want to take that?
I'll take that one. That's a great question right now. A lot of this is contingent on the gym project and when that starts. The plan that we had looked at in 2012 was using the 300 building as a swing space. But we've since moved our special ed department into that building and some other classrooms in there as well. So we have the 700 building unoccupied right now, and then we also have some portables unoccupied. So depending on what we do with the PE department, we will either use the 300 or the 700 building. We're still kind of working that piece out, and some of it's just going to depend on timing.
What is the furniture budget?
310,000 is what I've added in. I believe there was 50,000 there before, so about 360,000.
So just following up on Ms. Emmerling's question, it does occur to me, and this relates to Ms. Mack's mentioning of a school startup fund, that the reserves in our general fund are another possible source of resources for items like this, where we find ourselves making long-term, if we find ourselves making long-term trade-offs in building functionality because of the availability of construction funds, we might consider alternative sources. I don't know if you have, did you consider alternative sources, and is that?
Well, what we're generally looking at is to use the most restrictive funds first. In other words, the general funds, you can use them for operations, for capital, for anything. We have money in the bonds program, and we'll take a look at that if we do item 11 tonight or another night. But there's significant amounts of money there. In particular, there is a substantial reserve, which was really important when we were starting the program. However, as the projects move forward and as we have less to do, then the risk is reduced as well. So we have money right now for furniture, and we're comfortable recommending to you that we spend it out of the.
So you're comfortable with the trade-offs that you've
Yes.
had? Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I have two questions. One I think you may have answered, Erwin, and that is, when I look at how we're using the media center building and how much in the evening we're using it, it makes me pay attention to whether we have lighting outside and whether it's a safe place for people to be at night. And if we have students in a building at night and they have to go outside to use the bathroom, I'm worried about the safety of that. But maybe you've answered that because there's one stall there that's not staff bathroom. Will we let anyone use it, or do you have to have permission to use that bathroom?
Those single stall bathrooms are open to anyone, yeah, so that would be open.
Okay.
The bathrooms that are outside in the exterior are right in the quad, and the quad is pretty well lit. It's probably
at night it's sort of creepy. Maybe we have a plan to light this better.
We can light it. That's something we can fix.
I worry
fix.
about safety.
Sure.
Okay, and then the other thing is there's going to be an overlap between the construction on the gym and the construction on the library. And I know we planned for an overlap between the theater and the gym, and they were as far apart as you can be on our campuses. Now these are going to be sort of close to each other. And I'm just wondering how that's going to impact the educational program, the noise involved while you're trying to be in classes, but also everything else that gets impacted as a result of construction. And have you talked about that?
I'll start and you can finish. So I think we've initially looked at, one, how we even get the contractor into the library since it's in the middle of campus. Our initial thoughts are that the the back parking lot would become the contractor's yard. He would come in through the new fire access. That would be his yard. And then he would probably need a fenced access between the new two-story building and the, I guess, what's the 400 building now? Because really, that's the only place that we don't have a covered walkway blocking, man lifts and those sorts of things going back and forth. So that would be, so the awkwardness will be for students that are in the two-story having to go to, say, the temporary library. But there would have to be a crossing somewhere that we would need to manage on that, I guess that's the east side of the library.
I guess I think about what it was like at Ohlone during construction in the classrooms. And I'm looking at Bob because he knows what that sounded like. So it made it very hard to concentrate. It made it very hard to teach. And I'm just wondering if we've thought through this, because this is in the middle of campus now, so you're going to hear it in all the buildings nearby, right?
True, but it will be enclosed within a building. So unlike Ohlone, where it was new construction and wide open, we will be within the confines of an existing building. So we're hopeful it's not that bad. But you are still going to get passing traffic noise for sure.
Okay, so I'm interested in, as we move along, some thoughts around how do we minimize that. Dr. Golden, were you
Yeah,
going to say
we will
something?
follow up on that. We'll follow up and report to you on that.
Okay, great. I want to say that actually reducing the amount of glass on the outside of the building probably is going to make maintenance much easier.
Can I ask two quick questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the size of that collaboration space compared to what we currently use? That, English little, is that about the same?
We currently don't have a staff room or staff collaboration space anywhere on campus.
We've met there for the WASC, that room?
Oh,
yeah.
That room is
In the library.
Oh, you're talking about the ERC or the?
The ERC.
ERC, yeah.
I'm thinking of the SAO. That's in the spot where so you can answer.
The staff collaboration room is smaller than the current ERC.
By 20%? 40%?
Yeah, probably about 20%. The ERC right now takes about, is about this space right here. It's just beyond both of those columns, whereas this one is column to column. It's about a 32 square, and the ERC is probably about 42 by 32.
Okay.
So is there that space where PTA always meets and everybody?
It would not be in the staff collaboration room. That's going to be like a teacher's lounge. We're going to redo the top floor of the tower building. We have some spaces there, and
yeah, here you can see relative size. Here's the 4 columns.
Right.
That's how big the collaboration room is. There's a door right there, so you're about 3 or 4 feet on either side. Wider.
So, Kim, there's no place for PTA to go? I mean, or those community meetings that we have at night in the library, they're always so friendly there. Where would those go now?
we have the flexible teaching space in the library. We have some other rooms. I'm sorry, it's so late at night and my eyes can't see. The library instructional space is another room. We have the top floor of the tower. We also have the MAC boardroom and the MAC atrium that we've been using quite extensively. We actually have not used the ERC for any meetings this year. It's now the Writing Center. So we only have been using the SSRC. And then we also have which is now called the Library Conference Room. And we've also been using the bottom floor of the 800 building. There's a space in there, which is now the new SSRC that we've been using for meeting space.
Well,
So we
I think
we're
it's just
pretty
a question that will be asked so
Sure.
that you can
We
answer.
have multiple options.
That was a great question because the
Yeah.
community really
It
gets
is.
together in the library. It's been a lovely place as a parent and
Well, the long-term
teachers to me.
the long-term plan is to turn the guidance, which is now the guidance department, back into that amazingly gorgeous, used to be the library room in the tower building. So that's the long-term
that's
plan.
way down there.
Yeah, it's down
I mean,
the road.
that's years out, right? Now, most people will be gone. So I'm just thinking more short term.
No, I understand that, but having been involved in the 20-year planning process when the bond first started, we thought about all these chess moves, and so there is a long-term plan behind.
Oh, no, I know that.
Building.
But the question will come, just as Dr. McGee asked, where will the PTA and all these community groups or teachers get together?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these are good questions, and why
Yeah.
don't you let us provide you with
Yeah,
a report.
we don't need to
The hour
decide
it's
now.
late, and so
You got some
thinking-
space along
yeah.
the top there to,
Yeah.
I think, consider. Is there a unisex bathroom that ought to be probably designated?
Yeah, we
Okay.
talked about that
Yeah,
being up at the
okay,
top.
right.
So this is a discussion item. It's coming back at the next meeting. I don't think, this can't be on consent, right?
Just what is it?
For $1 million.
It's $1 million
Or last
bucks.
Yeah,
discussion,
it's
let's
too big.
put it
Seems a
on.
little big for
No,
consent.
okay.
No, it doesn't go on consent.
Okay, let's move to the next item. It can't be on consent.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So
Okay, the
just
next item.
Just a time check from your friendly neighborhood time check person.
Thank you.
We have 10 minutes to discuss
Probably will not be
resource
done with discussion
allocations. I mean,
realistically.
this is an important
It is an important item.
It is.
item, you guys.
And it's not going to be in 10 minutes.
I
It's not going to
mean,
be, no, that's what I just said, there's
do
no
you
way.
want to?
How about the donation of furniture to Palo Alto High School so they can sort of move on?
Well,
Seems like-
Well, actually, all these other items are really
You think they can go
pretty
quickly?
quick.
Go to
Yeah.
11:30.
So the one that's not quick is this allocation
No.
thing. So
I wouldn't.
if you could pick to do the allocation thing or all these other items, what would you choose to do? Or you have to do some of
we
these
could
other items?
probably get to some
We're
of
not
the
going to do
other-
the allocation in 10 minutes regardless, so.
Does,
Right.
Ms. Emmerling, are you suggesting a special meeting as a way to get around this problem? I mean,
Or
I-
11:30.
Just move
I
it.
would,
Or 11:30's out, off the table.
well,
I mean, I don't think we make good decisions after 11. It's just been proven
Inclined to
over and over
agree,
again.
Okay, they've come to us with this
We can, but we'll
request
be
for
rushed.
allocation
Yeah.
that they need before, they need the answer to this
Well, if we need
before
it,
the
we only
beginning
have
of May.
one meeting in April, so we could look at a date of adding special session.
Okay, board members,
Yeah,
how
it-
flexible are you with adding another meeting?
I'm flexible with adding another meeting because this is going to take a while.
yeah.
I think so.
All right, if we have work
Do
to
it
do.
next Tuesday?
Well, we should do date
question?
planning after the meeting's done.
We have board, because we haven't done board operations yet tonight either, and that would be the perfect time to discuss it.
Okay, why don't,
Yeah,
why don't we
If we
discuss
could do this
that.
I mean, I'd rather do it sooner than put it off till after spring break, to tell you the truth, so. And it wouldn't require another packet, right? Because we have
No,
the
no.
packet.
No,
here.
it would
no,
be
we have a
one-item
packet.
meeting,
Well,
wouldn't it? Maybe not.
Is there anything that you want us to decide at this meeting?
I think we could
I
go
would
through
love
all
to do
these
the
other
furniture
things.
donations.
Wait, I actually think we can go
You
through
think we can
many
do a lot
of
of
these
these?
other things.
Okay.
Yep, if we
Let's
can
see
knock
how,
off a lot of this
let's see
stuff,
how
that'd be
fast we
great.
can go through this. Let's start with the furniture that we have to accept.
Okay, that's an anonymous donation to replace existing furniture in the amount of approximately $300,000. And Principal Diorio can answer any specific questions regarding that. This has been a long time. This conversation started last summer.
Yep.
So, right?
August.
Or before
August.
then. So this has not
Last
been.
August.
Excuse me?
Last August.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation started as part of our facilities master plan with renovating the interior of the 200, 300, and 400 buildings. But all of the money for those projects has been swept because of the gym project. So
Yeah.
those are no longer in our master plan.
Yeah.
Ms. Engerling?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Godfrey?
Neither do I.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
Ms. Townsend?
The gift, do we need to,
It's $300,000.
Right. And then you'll have the chance to approve the bid, too. I mean, because it's.
okay,
Okay?
how wonderful. Are we going to be thanking someone for
Yes,
this?
we are.
We are so
We
thankful.
shall remain anonymous.
Oh,
Right.
okay, so that was
Yeah.
my question.
That was a significant
They wanna
request.
be
in
anonymous.
the definition
Okay,
of the
so that
donation.
essentially was my question.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I know, it's
whoever
amazing,
did
right?
this. Thank
So
you.
Can I ask a quick question about this? So this is on for discussion. Does that mean we have to consider it again, or?
Yes.
I would hope we could put it on
It
the.
couldn't come back on consent, right?
I would recommend, if at all possible, we put it back on consent.
Since it is a gift
It's a
for
gift.
$300,000,
Not a
I would
budget.
not have a problem.
Okay, if
And I
if
normally
you don't
have
have a
problems.
problem, does anyone have a problem?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Would a
Let's-
motion be in order just to waive our two-meeting rule and accept this gift tonight so that we
Oh,
don't
yes,
have to
we could
deal
do
with it?
that, too.
We could certainly do that. Why don't you make a motion?
I move that we waive the two-meeting rule and
love
accept
you.
this gift
Thank
this
you.
evening.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay?
Now you want to
Now
move
you can
the,
move to.
What's the
Okay,
next
you just
item?
made
Yeah,
staying
now
till
we
11
have
o'clock
to-
worth
That's
it.
your
Accept it,
gift
right?
for us.
Oh, okay.
We-
Now,
Now we have to
a
move
I
to
moved
accept.
that we accept this donation.
Second.
all in favor?
aye.
Aye. Thank you for,
You're
okay,
welcome.
so do you want to
Let's
just
just
go
go
to
right
the
down
top?
the line. Let's
16?
do,
Okay.
we need budget transfers for the strong school
No,
bond.
we should do this, the
me?
16, the site leases.
Well, he needs, I don't know what needs to be done tonight.
So we
why
would
don't
like to
let that-
transfer the strong school bond budget because we're going to use that transfer to help pay
Got
for
it.
the library addition, so.
What
Sorry.
number is
Let's let
that?
Dr. McGee take the lead
Way
here.
too late.
Right, that's
Wait.
number E. We're on,
Okay, Dr. McGee,
Number
Well,
11.
okay.
11.
just go. We'll catch up.
okay, discuss, item number 11, you're right, letter E on the agenda. So, you know, this is essentially the budget sweep. It's taking unused monies to support current and future projects, and I'll turn this over to Bob, but as we just talked with the library, this is how we would help pay for additional budget items at the library, or the budget overrun at the library.
Yeah, what you see in Table 1 is closeouts of various projects, dating all the way back to a tiny closeout in the Aquatic Center, the Industrial Arts Building, the new classroom buildings had gone, the auxiliary gym, the air conditioning project, and putting that money in reserve for the Gunn High School reserve. Now, what is that $1.7 million going to be used for? Answer, there is an air conditioning project, an HVAC project in the Spangenberg Theater. And so that project will be coming to you as a use of that reserve. And then also that money, what monies are left there, can be used for the central building project. Because again, we're in the initial stages of doing that design. So we're closing out those Gunn High School projects. We're closing out the Pally High School projects. The projects that we've already done, we're closing out the budgets. And we're putting that money again in that Pally High School reserve, and also funding the $1 million of additional funding that we want for that library. In addition, the middle school projects have been completed, and we're closing out that middle school money, and we're putting that money in and we're increasing the general reserve for the district. Our general reserve is going to be $8.7 million at the end of this process, when the board approves this process. What will that general reserve be used for? Well, it'll be used for overages as we move along in the program. Actually, the program has done very well on a budget basis, in the sense that all we've been doing is putting money into the general reserve and not taking it out of the general reserve. That's all good. We're closing out the elementary projects those big projects that we've completed, Ohlone and Fairmeadow and Duvenick, leaving some limited amount of money there to do little bits and pieces that finish up the program. And if you look at this block in Table 2, that says Palo Alto Elementary Schools, we have approximately $60 million in that elementary school budget that is reserved for new buildings, for new campuses. So this is going to be a joy to that enrollment management advisory committee when it starts meeting, because it does have resources. And so in the end, this is what we're doing. This is a cleanup, a sweep of completed projects.
Okay, why don't we start with Ms. Godfrey, because we can't have you start every time.
I'd love to start every time.
Sorry.
I don't have any questions. This spreadsheet's pretty clear.
Okay, Mr. Dauber.
No questions.
Ms. Towson. Ms. Emberling.
Nope.
Okay. I guess I don't have any questions either. This makes sense to me.
Thank you.
So can this come back on consent?
Yeah, as we're nearing 11, maybe we should best use our time for the date. And Kathleen, just remind me, we do have minority achievement and talent development. We have a big work session on Tuesday. Would it be possible that, and Kathleen says we do have the space available for Monday evening on the 30th?
Can we decide if we should put this on consent to close out this item?
Can we put this on consent? This is a large amount of money.
The
Dr.
sweep?
Galton, can we put the sweep on consent? Is that okay or not okay?
It's up to the board. I think in the past, at least one board member has been very interested in, when there are large amounts of money, putting it on action, and I'm really comfortable with that. I don't have any problem with that. So
I
whatever
prefer
you
it on
like,
action,
whatever's
actually.
the pleasure
You
of the
prefer it on
board.
action? Okay, so it's on
Yeah.
action.
Yeah.
Let's,
Right.
you would like to pick a date before, you don't want to try to slam through these
No,
things?
I think I'd rather spend the time if we could agree on a date.
What about the
Because
site?
excuse me?
Okay.
If we can meet on that's only 4 days away, so it's, any of these can wait a few more days.
I am teaching on Monday. Sorry. I mean,
Tuesday? Maybe I can move the minority to Tuesday, the 31st?
Tuesday,
I can do it Tuesday.
You're free? Tuesday? No, I'll just have to move the other meeting.
Is that an evening thing?
Tuesday's fine, but perhaps we could, if we met it from 5 to 6:30 as a board, that would enable the minority task force to meet afterwards.
Actually, it would.
So,
That's a great point.
Okay.
Should we say that, 5 to 6:30 next?
I can get here by 5:30.
On Tuesday, March 31st?
But we don't know how long the meeting's going to go.
Well,
If we can't do this
Because
in
we
an hour and a
have
half.
2 items, or do you not want to do both? Oh, you just want to do the resource allocations item, just the one item?
Well, do we need to do these other items here? Do you
We
need
can
to
do,
adopt
if we can
the
go
school
through those
calendar?
now, I just
Okay.
wanted, before we hit the stroke of midnight here, I wanted to make sure we had a date down.
I think I heard Heidi say you can come at 5:30 and you're thinking of doing 5? Is that?
I can come at 5:30.
5:30,
Tuesday?
I'm sorry, I heard 5, so.
5:30 on Tuesday.
so can we perhaps push the minority task force to 7, and
Yeah,
that would
let's
leave
do
us an
that
hour and a
then.
half?
We go 5:30 to 7.
That would be fine.
That should give us time.
Okay, I move that we extend the meeting for 15 more minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
That'll be really helpful.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
No.
speed dating here, okay?
You got my one
Authorization
maid,
to bid the
Kathleen.
summer maintenance projects.
Okay, this is, we would like to have this discussed tonight so we can, our next step then will be to authorize us to solicit bids for these projects. Most of these, as you can see, are concrete and repair projects.
Yeah, stuff
Bob,
that needs
anything
to be
else you want to add on that?
Yeah, what you're seeing, obviously, as you know, we do a lot of projects in the summer. These are the projects that are, and I'm choosing my words well, that are liable to be over $100,000. Why? Because if they're over 100,000, then we require an authorization to bid, and then in addition, we come back to you for approval. Now, if these bids, if any of these bids come back in under $100,000, we'll put it in a weekly, but you won't see it again. But we're going through this. This is our process. This is what we go through. So this is a bad analogy, but it's kind of the tip of the iceberg, because we're doing 20 or 30 projects this summer easily, and these are the projects that we believe are liable to be over $100,000.
Okay. What questions? When we start with Mr. Darba?
No questions.
Ms.
No,
Townsend?
no questions.
Ms. Amberling? Ms. Godfrey?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
So this, do you?
So this is something that is going to be enough money that we do need to bring it back for action here.
Well,
Well, we don't know how
no,
much
this
it
is
is, 'cause
just
these
to
aren't
bid it.
bids.
So.
Yeah, we don't know
to-
what the
to
price
bid
is.
But when the bids come in, we will.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Right.
to
So this
put this
could be-
on
But it'll be
consent
coming
would be
back.
great.
If these are, any of these are over, and most of them are going to be over 100,000, they'll be coming back, and we'll be saying, we've got these projects, and the cost of
Right.
this one is $108,000. So.
But we're not going to, we're going to wait till you have the bids before we approve this.
Correct.
Yes.
So you don't need us to bring this back as an action?
Yes, we need action
To
on this.
solicit the
You
bids.
could
So
do it
do you want
tonight
us
if you
to
want.
waive the 2-meeting
You
rule
could
so
if
you
you
can go
want.
out for bids?
Yeah.
I waive the 2-meeting rule. I propose that we waive the 2 meeting.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
And now I move that we approve to go to bid.
Authorize staff to solicit bids.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. You can go do that.
All right.
Thank you.
The school calendar.
School calendar, this
Monday?
must be the darn new mathematics.
Just quickly go
Okay.
through it. We don't want to debate this.
Okay. We need to add a day. There was, when this
Spent
was.
10 years on calendars.
Okay. Is everybody,
There's an arithmetic error.
is everyone clear on the date that's being suggested to be added?
March 10th.
March 10th.
March 10th.
Okay.
In the 20.
Do I have a motion for this or any
Me-
questions?
I do have one question. Was there any dissent or why that day or, there's Scott.
No,
Anything?
that day is fine. You can see it was a 4-day weekend. It'll still be a
It was
3-day
fine.
weekend.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And we still with this have a day off every month?
We still do.
Yeah.
By miscount, we actually added 2 days in March, and
Right.
so we just have to recapture that to get to 180 student days.
The thing is, and I've heard no complaints, but should I be expecting a complaint? And that's
I
my
don't
question
think
to you.
so.
Are there anything that
I
I've...
think the only complaint that might occur is if we waited much longer, if people
So
were
that they
starting to
could-
make plans,
Okay.
thinking that they had a 4-day weekend there.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Do you
Well-
want us to
Oh,
waive
sorry,
the 2-meeting
I
rule?
don't want to waive the two meeting. I really would.
To hear back.
We'll show
I
up
would
PTA
prefer-
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
why don't
Yeah,
we do that?
okay.
Because I'd like to get a little feedback and make sure there is no problem.
All right, we'll put
Which
that
I
on
doubt
our
there is,
PTA
but-
agenda tomorrow, Camille.
Okay.
Okay, appointment of independent auditors. Dr. McGee.
Okay, good. At our next meeting, we're asking the board to approve the appointment of the auditing firms, one's for our district and the other's a Strong Schools program. So these are firms that we've used in the past. I had to ask Kathy how often we change auditors, because I'm used to that, recycling through that every few years. So I'm going to ask Kathy to respond to that question and provide other information regarding the appointment of auditors.
So the audit firm is required to change partners every 6 years, and they typically do it, anywhere from 4 to 6 years. So we're up to like the 6th partner with Try-and Day company.
Okay, do we have any questions? Ms. Townsend?
No.
Ms. Emberling?
No.
Ms. Godfrey?
And our annual cost is,
46,000.
what's that related to prior years? Are we about on the same schedule?
So for the district's audits, the cost has gone up by $1,000, $46,000 this year versus $45,000 last year.
I
The
think I
bond project audit has gone up by $450.
Okay, that's my only question.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
I do have one question as I think about the Strong Schools Bond Program audit. That was the one recommended by the committee. We didn't have to do that legally, did we?
At the time, no. Now state laws changed, and now districts do have to do it.
I
But
guess
at
we
the
were
time
ahead.
we chose to do it,
We did.
our committee chose to do it. No, we didn't have. We could do agreed upon procedures. In other words, we get to have a vote as to what the procedures are, and we chose to do an audit where they impose their own decision-making.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for that update.
Okay. So this item will come back on consent. Can this go on consent?
Because it's to appoint the firm. Yeah, I think so. I mean,
All right, so let's put this on
yeah.
consent.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Excellent.
Extension of the site leases, Garland site to Stratford Schools, and 525 San Antonio to Athena.
Right, we're looking at making the 525 San Antonio just for a year, and extending Garland through June 30th, 2017. Bob, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so in other words, extending each one of them by a year. There's no financial difference as far as actually either one of them is concerned, but the issue, for instance, is that for Stratford School, they greatly, Clay Stringham, by the way, from Stratford School is here and back, staying till the end. And the fact remains, it's very useful to them to know that not only for them to know they have another year, but for their prospective students to know that they have another year.
Absolutely.
So that's it, and then it's perfectly acceptable to extend 525 by a year if the board chooses to do that. And then if you do choose to do that, I'll come back with a revision on that 525 lease that simply extends for a year instead of 2 years, and obviously the revision's easy to do. So
It'd be terrific.
Okay, questions, Ms. Emberling?
No, that sounds good to me. So extending to 2017 for Garland and 2016 June for San Antonio.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Godfrey?
I don't have any questions either.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions, thanks.
And
Townsend.
I'm sorry. And for this one, I'd suggest that you do put it on for action,
Yeah.
because I'll be changing the 525
Yeah.
lease.
Okay, sounds good.
Ms. Townsend, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. This seems very clear, clean.
Okay.
Hopefully we're being good landlords.
Action item, to close on an action item.
Yeah, so now we're on the school bus purchase, which is an action item. Dr.
Right, we discussed this at the last meeting, and thank you for your support of this. There is some runway time to get a new bus, and we're very excited about this as our VTP community. So we're asking for the board approval to purchase this bus for transporting the VTP students.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes to do board operations. How's that?
All right.
So why don't we just go down the line here, Ms. Godfrey?
Okay, so we already mentioned the Thought Leaders Conference on Friday. We can spend more time talking about what we learned out of that when we have a little more time and space and it's not quite so late. That was it for me.
Okay, Mr. Dauber.
I had planned to present some of the learnings from the youth forum that was held on March 1st. The committee has put together notes and recommendations, but I think that I will defer that until our next meeting, given the lateness of the hour.
Okay, feel free to send something around if it's printed and available publicly.
I will do that. I do want to mention, actually, that there is another forum at Mitchell Park this Friday, March the 27th, beginning at 5:30, that is being hosted by the City of Palo Alto and maybe some other organizations. I think that's a follow-on to the March 1st forum, and I think will particularly allow students to have a lot more opportunity to interact with each other and also with various community leaders. So I recommend attendance at that forum.
Ms. Townsend.
Yeah, just mention three things. One is that Ms. Godfrey and I will be attending the City School Liaison Committee meeting at 8 a.m. on the 2nd of April, just that's coming up. And Project Safety Net, of course, is meeting on March 26th, I believe at 11. At 11, so that. And then it was just really fun to meet with all those gun students. There must have been 15 students, and that was probably the highlight of my week. They're just buoyant, other than the musical. So.
Yeah.
Ms. Emberling.
Yeah, the musical was great. And I will be doing the lunch with Pally. I think that's next week.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
coming
with
to Pally?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
I think it was good to go to the schools. I think that was a way to get more students participating. The Youth Speaks Out, folks, there was some poetry that was done, 3 gun poets, and there were extraordinary performances of poetry. And I know at least one of the kids has a video of her poetry, so we should get a hold of that somehow. I'm going to be the plugger for the Pally Choir, I guess, all year, but they are doing their 3rd album, or they did their 3rd album. They recorded it up in this Berkeley at a very famous recording studio, and they have a Kickstarter campaign on Kickstarter if you would like to get a copy of the album. I will pass that around. And then both of our, Rich Gordon and Jerry Hill are both coordinating meetings in the next couple of weeks with their school constituent groups. Jerry Hill is interested in basic aid needs right now. He'd like to understand his basic aid constituents, and Rich Gordon would like to talk about student mental health. So you'll hear more about that as that happens.
Good. WASC Visiting Committee delivers their report at 2:30 tomorrow at Gunn. This Friday in our weekly, Tabitha, Brendan, and I talked about the community conversation survey results. So remember we did a survey of people at the meeting and opened up. We're going to be sending those results out in the weekly. So I think you'll find that very positive. And Kathleen has already booked us and sent a note to Mid-Penn for our meeting Tuesday from 5:30 to 7. So see you then, if not before.
Oh, you know, I guess I should say that the WASC committee asked to meet with Max and I on Sunday, right after the reception. We weren't expecting it, so it was just the whole WASC committee, all 7 members, and the 2 of us.
Tomorrow?
No, it already happened.
Oh.
It was immediately after the reception on Sunday. So I just wanted to let you know that it was a positive meeting. Good. Wouldn't you say it was
It
positive?
was very positive,
Yeah.
and I met with them again today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Great.